Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2025 A Better You virtual mental health conference. Joining me is our mayor of Sioux Falls, Paul Tenhaken. Excited to be kicking off another year for this important topic, right? It's obviously a big topic for a lot of folks. But I wanted to toss to you first. Again, why do you think it's so important, especially now with so much divisiveness, so much heaviness on the world? Why is it important to have a conference like this where we're bringing hope and education around this topic of mental health?
You know, first off, I love that you guys are doing this. I love that we do this conference every year, and I love that it's remote, so you guys can, sit at home, sit in the office, maybe keep working and listening to some of the sessions we're going to have today. This topic is really important for a lot of reasons, and I've been the mayor of Sioux Falls for 7 years, and in 2020, which I know we harken back to that year a lot, I really saw people's mental health pivot and change. And that year, it changed our country for a lot of reasons. Yeah. And the pandemic changed us. And it changed who we are as a country, but it also changed people's mental health. I've seen it in our suicide numbers in our city, in our state. But it also gave us permission, I think, to talk about this more. I've even seen in the last couple of years, we just feel like we talk about mental health more than we ever have before. I think that's a good thing. I think conferences like this are a good thing. I think giving people the permission to say, hey, it's okay to have these conversations about your mental health, it's a good thing. So I love that we're doing this today. I think there's going to be some great sessions today. Yeah,
I'm excited for it. I mean, for me, when I was 19, I found myself dealing with deep depression, knowing firsthand what that's like. And then over the time, especially at Think 3D, we deal with a lot of organizations who they're burnt out. They're looking for a reprieve. How do I find a way through it? And so it's important that we keep this topic alive. We kind of have this goal of bringing hope and education to the topic because there's a lot of conversation around it. But how do you give people, again, permission, to your point, permission to talk about it, to say, I'm not okay. I need help. And which really sparked the theme of this year. You share it, they see it. To me, that it's jarring still hearing our numbers. Over 40,000 people in our country, in America, die by suicide every single year. And so it's easy to get apathetic to it, like it's at a distance, like if it's not affecting you, your friends and family. Those are real numbers. And that's not just 40,000, the ripple effect. That's so huge. And so we're excited today to be talking with 4037, which again, you had a huge hand in help getting launched. But I want to share a quick story as we kind of just open up, because oftentimes, in the idea of if you're doing okay, just look at your sphere of friends, coworkers, family. If you're doing okay, there are dozens of people in your sphere right now that are really going through it. So I even challenge you as we go throughout today, reach out to people and just check in, just say, thinking about you. One of the stories I want to share is we've been doing some work with our justice impacted folks over the last few years. And there was a gentleman, his name is Joseph, up in the prison that we had honor and privilege of taking through our Leaders in the Tomorrow program. And at graduation this year, he shared a story that really jarred me at a whole different level. So he had shared, remembering being this bright, joyous little boy. And then when he was about 5 or 6, they went back home to the reservation, and he had shared everything you could think of, the stigmas you hear about reservations and all the various things. It was that. Teenage years hit and depression sets in, and he had said within a 3-month window of time, 7, not 1, not 2, not 4, 7 of his closest friends committed suicide. And in that moment, I've never been so emotionally shell-shocked, because you try to imagine, you try to relate, like 1 is enough. 7, he had 2 failed attempts on his own. And it was in that moment, I say, again, right, wrong, or indifferent, but thank God he found drugs in that moment, because it was either keep attempting until he succeeded or numb to the pain. And now, again, he shared at graduation, going through a program like Leaders of Tomorrow, he said, I found that little boy again. And that's really the story of hope. That's the story of how are people grabbing onto something, whether that's, again, something they hear today, whether that's finding online resources. We're pointing all the energy back to 988. Again, just dial, right? Again, just reach out if you have questions or need some resources. But we stand confidently that the best gift you can give the world is that next best version of yourself. And so we want to encourage all of you watching out there. We know we have lots of teams joining in conference rooms. We have hundreds of individuals across the platforms. Again, but really our goal is spreading hope and education, because if you're not going through it, somebody else is. But know there's hope. Know that if you just keep fighting and keep reaching for that, we can truly make a difference in a world that needs it, especially the next generation going forward. And so,
Amen. Good word.
excited about this. And so again, welcome everybody out there for the Better You Mental Health Conference 2025, and let's get started.
Leadership is often seen as a position of power, influence, and success. But behind the title lies an invisible weight, one that many leaders carry alone. The pressure to perform, to inspire, to make the tough calls never truly stops. And while leaders support their teams, who supports them? Studies show that workplace leaders face higher rates of stress, burnout, and even anxiety. Yet many feel they must push through, ignoring their own well-being for the sake of others. But leadership doesn't mean carrying the weight alone. Seeking support isn't a sign of weakness. It's a mark of resilience. When leaders prioritize their mental health, they set an example, creating a workplace culture where well-being isn't just encouraged, but essential. So if you're in a position of leadership, remember this: taking care of yourself isn't just for you. It's for your team, your company, and your future. Because strong leadership starts with a healthy mind.
10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, well, Tamian and Paul back in this first segment, titled The Burden of Leadership. Now, Paul, you and I and Vonnie actually had a podcast, The Burden of Leadership, about a year or so ago, and such an important topic, so I'm excited to have this conversation with you about really that burden of leadership, because it's hard to have empathy and compassion on the other side when you haven't been in those shoes. And again, a lot of times leaders don't get a lot of empathy. I know you know a lot about that.
Not much at all.
You know a lot about that. But as we get into this topic, whether, again, we define leadership simply as influence. And so leadership doesn't have to be title or position. Mm-hmm. Leadership could be within your family. But there's a burden that comes with that responsibility of leading others, whether that's friend groups, coworkers, a city, those type of things. And so kind of just jumping off into that, I want to get in that first topic. From your perspective, what are some of those mental health challenges that leaders often face but rarely get talked about for the broader public?
It's a great question. I think the burden of leadership, that phrase, I think is just such a great phrase, because just before this today, I was actually having coffee with a buddy, and he was an executive with GlaxoSmithKline for many, many years. He was in the vaccine division. And I was saying, hey, I'm going to this conference, and we're going to talk about mental health and the challenges that leaders face, and the challenge that we always have to be on, and that we always have to show up, and we always have to be happy, and we always have to be energetic, and we always have to be this version that the world expects us to be. And that gets tiring, and that gets exhausting, because we have the same bad days that everybody else has.
Yeah.
And we have days when we don't want to be the best versions of ourselves. And that constant pressure to be on all the time gets to be a lot. I mean, there's days I just want to show up to a meeting and just be the guy that gets to sit in the corner and not say anything and let other people run the meeting. I don't get that luxury to do that. And so that's tiring. And eventually it wears at you, it grinds at you, it grinds at your mental health, where it's just, I just want to stay home today. I just don't want to get out of bed. I don't even want to go to work today because I don't want to have to be that guy. And those things do grind at leaders, and they do take a toll on your mental health after a while. And I know for me personally, it's going to sound a little woe is me, but I haven't been downtown for like a night out to the Levitt or anything like that in years.
Because it'd be a short-lived night, I'm sure we can't enjoy it.
It's just a lot of work to be on like all the time and have to say hi to everybody and smile. And it's like, I just want to sit in my house and just not have to just be this version that everybody expects of me all the time. And it's not because I'm sad or depressed, it's just a lot of work. And so those are some mental health challenges that leaders certainly face, but we don't often talk about.
Yeah, that the saying, it's lonely at the top. Like,
very lonely.
These are cliches that people just hear, but like, even a parent, like every person knows that nothing you could have done could have prepared you to fully be a parent until you're a parent. So we understand those things in the microcosm, Like you didn't understand what it meant to go through college until you went through college. Like we understand those in those micro scales, but just imagine now you're in charge of 220,000 people leading a city and guiding things with challenges, both good and bad, all those different things. That loneliness is a real thing.
It's very much is a real thing. And the one time, like for me, that I really find comfort is when I can be around other people that are in similar situations. And for me, there's a couple conferences or groups that I'm part of with other mayors. And when I can be around other mayors that I can say these things to them and they're like, oh, Paul, dude, totally get it. Like, I haven't been to this community event in years because it's just too much work to go there, even though it's a fun event, or they can relate. And it's you take comfort, misery in company, you could sometimes have heard that term. Yeah. And so when you're a CEO or an executive or someone who's in a leadership position, while you love your people, sometimes they just can't relate to maybe the stresses that you're experiencing as a leader, and it can be kind of exhausting and tiring. And so you have to find those people that are maybe in your circle that can relate to the stresses you're experiencing. And then you have to learn to be vulnerable with them and say, hey, this is what I'm feeling or experiencing. And chances are those people are experiencing the same thing. And then it opens a whole new level of vulnerability that you can have with one another.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, we haven't had a model that's updated since Maslow's hierarchy of needs because it's still relevant, right? And rung 3 of Maslow's is sense of belonging. That doesn't go away when you go to the top. You still crave for that relatability. You still crave for somebody to fully understand, and especially when, even if you have a loving family, like, I imagine your wife can't really understand fully what it's like being your shoes with those burdens. And again, as a man or just even as a leader, you don't often want to bring those things home. So that's an added layer of like, keep it at the door so you can try to be present, but it's still there. It's still there.
It's still there. I think one of the things for me personally, if I can be vulnerable for a second, is just my phone, and my phone has created a level of anxiety in me that I've had to learn to cope with. I mean, at any moment, this phone could buzz and we could have an officer who's been shot, which happened last week. We could have a school that has a shooter in it. We could have some sort of catastrophic event that could happen at any time. And that's my job, but a CEO could have an incident that could happen at any time, and they have to be able to respond at any moment's notice to that level of emergency that maybe someone at a lower level of the organization doesn't need to worry about as much. And so that constant pressure, that constant stress of what's going to happen today, what am I walking into today, what urgent issue am I going to face today, really does start to take a toll on your mind, on your mental health, and just each day, when I lay my head on the pillow, it's like, okay, God, thank you for getting me through another day with, maybe a relatively few amount of emergencies. And then when I wake up in the morning, that's the prayer. It's like, Lord, just get me through today with a minimal amount of crises so that I can do it all over again tomorrow.
Yeah, the part that I hate for a lot of folks is you chose this. I didn't choose all of this. I chose to serve. I chose to help. Even people who are famous, like they chose, again, they did what they love, and they shouldn't have their privacy invaded and all those different things. And I think that's where, we talk oftentimes, Vonnie talks a lot about trading suspicion for curiosity. Man, we can go a long way if we just got more curious. Like, just for a moment, like, what would it be like in someone else's shoes? Because people all just throw, if I were you, well, that's a short-sighted thing. If you really said, if you or me, with all the pressures, because even as a CEO of a company, it's real people's livelihood is on the line. We're responsible for our team members. We're responsible for the people that we get to impact. Our Leaders of Tomorrow community, over 900 people. Like, there's expectations that often, get put on you in those spaces. And so the challenge is that I always say, we're always sacrificing something. Oftentimes people will sacrifice their potential success or happiness for the temporary now, scrolling on their phones, various things. But for those who truly step in the arena and do the thing, they're sacrificing a lot more than the average person understands. And so when you think about some of those tolls, obviously the mental health and the impacts, how have you handled that? What are the things, obviously 7 years now into being the mayor, one to go? But obviously you're handling on that. You've had quite a bit of experience. How have you handled some of that pressure, the mental health, because it's easy to see how people fold. How have you handled?
Well, in some cases not well. The things that, our family has had to give up, we've had to give up our privacy. We recently moved houses just because everybody knew where we lived, and there's some weird messages you get online and some weird emails you get and cryptic things people send you, and I'm like, it's a little easy to see where I live, and I just, for the safety of my family and stuff, we kind of try to stay incognito a little bit. So you give up some of those things to serve, your community. But I talk about this a lot. I think it's so important that if you want to have strong mental wellness, and if you want to really show up to be the best version of yourself every day, you have to take care of your physical self. I mean, they are just so directly connected. I know you're going to talk to the folks from the 437 Project later today. We started that thing 4 years ago to really show people the direct connection between your physical health and your mental health. And for me, this morning, ran 3 miles this morning, despite the fact I stay up late watching the Houston-Florida game, and I kind of slept in, but I got to get my run in, or I got to get a lift in or something, because if I don't, I am not myself, and I am lethargic, and I don't feel good about myself, and my mental health is not good. It just is. And study upon study will show that. And so if you're a leader or if you're not a leader, you have to take care of your body in order to take care of your mind. And it starts with exercise, but it continues with what you put in your mouth, what you put in your body, what you feed your body, and not just food. I'm also talking what we feed our minds with what we look at. And that's a whole other topic I think we can talk about here in a minute, because I think what we're feeding ourselves by what we consume from a media standpoint, from a social media standpoint, is really toying with our mental health. And I think it's probably one of the biggest factors, if not the biggest factor, that is messing with people's mental health and that has degraded people's mental health over the years.
Yeah. So when I think about that, and how do leaders, and again, let's put it out there, right? We're using leadership in the terms of influence. So whether you're a mayor, a CEO, just the additional responsibility, because if you have additional responsibility, you're called to lead. That could be the high school student, a student body president, whatever the case is. But in that, like, how do you balance resilience, right? One of those common character traits of a quality leader. You have to be resilient. You're going to go through some things. So how do you balance resilience and being that person that gives people the confidence that you'll be able to lead in the moment, but at the same token, still show that vulnerability? That's a fine balance of, because if you're too vulnerable, people are like, well, can he handle that? How do you view that of balancing resilience and vulnerability?
Dude, I think one of the best traits of a leader, of a good leader, and I think if those of you listening right now, if you think back, who's one of the best leaders you've ever worked for? One of the best bosses, one of the best managers, one of the best employees you've ever worked for? Get that person in your head, and now think of some of the traits of that person. And now chances are that person was just extremely relatable, okay? They were likable, they were approachable, and those terms typically are associated with a level of vulnerability. I think vulnerability is one of the most underrated but important characteristics of any good leader. You have to show a level of weakness and realness with your people, because to think that you are just incredibly Teflon and nothing gets you down, and your people will see right through that. So your people need to see when you're hurting. They need to see you cry, right? They need to see when you have pain. They need to see when you're not at your best. Because they're like, you know what? It's good to see that Paul is having a tough day too, and that he's not Superman, because I'm not Superman either. And it makes you relatable to them, and it creates a level of transparency that will open up communication and connections with your team that otherwise would not have existed. And so God created us, all very, very similar. And no one is superior than anybody else in terms of their invincibility. And so I think vulnerability is such an important characteristic in leadership. You know, there's a book out there by a guy named Carey Nieuwhof, and it's called At Your Best. And at your best, basically, if I can summarize the concept of the book, it's that, you know, we all have 24 hours in a day, but you cannot take out the 8 hours you sleep, or you should sleep 8 hours. If you sleep 8 hours a day, that leaves 16 hours in the day. You, Tamian, cannot be at your best 16 hours a day. You can't. So when are you your best? Is it in the morning? Is it in the afternoon? Is it in the evening? For me, my best is like 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's I'm like on, I've worked out, I'm good. So I block off time in my calendar. It's called my green zone. And Carey Nieuwhof calls it the green zone. I don't try to schedule meetings. I don't do a lot of coffee meetings because like that's my green zone. I'm money during that time. My yellow zone is when I'm okay, I'm good, you know, I can have meetings. And red zone is when you're just not great. And so you need to schedule around when you're your best, when you're okay, and when you're not great. And try not to give your family the red zone time. That's what we do a lot, is we give our family the red zone time. Yep. And so think about your mental health too. When is your mental health in the red zone, okay? And you think about that during the day, and who do you want to give that time to each day? Is it to your team? Is it to your family? Is it to your spouse? And so if you think of your day in terms of red zones, yellow zones, green zones, it really helps to determine who you're giving your best time to.
Yeah, I think about that topic of vulnerability. What's crazy, as you were mentioning earlier, all of us have been in a space where you at a conference and you saw someone speaking and they showed vulnerability. What happened instantaneously? Relatability.
Relatability.
Because again, a leader who doesn't have people who are following, it's not a leader, right? It's a boss or a manager, right? And that relatability and vulnerability is huge. So what's crazy is how much we know vulnerability allows us to relate to others and then to relate to us, but yet, why do you suppose it is from that standpoint so few leaders, and we haven't seen the example to the levels that we need to? We're seeing more and more examples. I think the trend is increasing because it's moving away from that just be tough and those type of things. But why do you suppose so many leaders are still hesitant to show that vulnerability, whether again that is a CEO in our government, whatever the case is? Why do you suppose more folks aren't showing vulnerability as leaders?
I think because vulnerability still equals weakness in the macho culture that we live in. And I say macho not in a masculine term, but just if you show any level of weakness or vulnerability or even a weakness in your mental health, say, hey, I struggle with my mental health from time to time. I take an antidepressant, or there's just certain days when I just need to take off because I'm off mentally, and I know that. That's a sign of, well, maybe you're just not cut out to be a leader then. If your mind is not, cut out for this job, Tamian, then this is a hard job. This is a big job, and you're maybe not just wired for this, because we need someone who's can be tough, whose mind is tough. And it's like, well, maybe, but I think people who are relatable from a mental health standpoint to their employees is maybe a characteristic that probably makes you the perfect leader, actually. Yeah. Because chances are your team that you're leading is struggling with some of these same challenges. So that gives you a relatability that someone who claims to not have that level of mental health struggles cannot relate to their team. So I just think there's still a stigma with leaders that we are just supposed to be this rock solid, Teflon person that can show no weaknesses, that bullets just are supposed to bounce off us. Our mental health is strong, our physical health is strong, and we just have no weaknesses and no chinks in our armor. And that's just not true.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's, again, more and more leaders who are stepping to the forefront, so we'll start to get some more of those examples out there. And I always say that you can't have compassion from a distance. And so the more that you get, even to sit down and have coffee with someone and just simply to get to know and hear their story, like, again, lead with curiosity. That starts to, both sides of the fence, you start to understand, like, everyone's got a story, everyone's got those struggles, but again, we need more modeling of that. And so in that, like, how do you see that in terms of modeling mental wellness, at the same time not overexposing yourself, because you still have to, again, there's a line. I mean, there's 100% with that with your people. How do you kind of find that balance of modeling mental wellness at the same time making sure that you're not overly exposed, so that you can still be the guy?
That's a good question. I do see some people too that use maybe their mental health as a defining characteristic. They maybe have maybe ADHD or something like that, and that's a characteristic they lead with. And you don't want to be defined by that either. You don't want people to think of that be your brand. But you also want people to know that, hey, this is part of my makeup. I'm a whole lot of things. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm this on the Enneagram. I have a little bit of ADHD. These are some things that make up who I am. And so I think there is a level of vulnerability you can have. I do, though, see some people who, they overexpose that, right? And I think you can certainly do that, and then it becomes your identity. That's not the right thing either.
Yep.
It's just like, hey, I have this limp, or I had a surgery when I was 7. It's part of who I am. But it's not my defining identity. It just is. It's something I live with, just like all these other pieces. But I think having a certain level of transparency and vulnerability, I think, is important, especially in the mental health space, because it's becoming much, much more a part of our workplace culture, an accepted part of our workplace culture than it ever has before.
Yeah, I was just at a conference a few weeks ago, Powerful Living Experience conference, and the guy David Bayer shared very openly, I'm a recovering drug addict. I was addicted to pornography. It was like 800 people, right? And there's people that level of vulnerability, you could see that just led to such a level of authenticity in the room, and it gave people permission to kind of share in that way. My take on that is always, here's how I'm feeling in the moment. I'm still going to get up tomorrow and work my ass off.
Exactly.
I'm still the guy that's going to lead forward, but to be able to say, again, I'm human like the next person, but in this moment, I have the emotions too.
And we have that with the Justice Impact Program at LOT, when those folks don't say, I'm a felon, and they let that identify them as their primary identity. It's like, well, I'm a dad and a husband, and I have 3 kids, and I work at this place. I do have a felony on my record. It's just one defining line in their total identity. So when you lead with that, it becomes who people define you as, and you don't want that to happen. So
yeah. So going back to the topic of truly leading, right? Whether the responsibilities, leading a city, leading an organization, leading your family, leading through challenges, all those various things. How do you suppose, or how do you suggest leaders are able to recognize when, because there's a part of stress, right? I mean, it's just, as creatures, we're meant to deal with stress in short bursts, but when it stays consistent, what is that how do you define the line where I feel like I'm maybe close to burnout?
Well, I think that looks a little bit different for everyone. I know my own signs, of close to burnout, and I've been there many, many times. I start to get very, very snappy with my wife. And she'll just, when she asks me, are you doing okay? Like when she asks me that specific question, I know I'm not in a good place. In that she asks it in a very loving way, but when she fires that question at me, I know I have to check myself, right? I know that when I'm on my phone a lot in the evenings because work's stressful and I have a lot going on, and I'm physically present, but I'm mentally absent. When I catch myself doing that, I know I'm not in a good place. So it's important for each person to identify their own triggers to say, hey, my mental health is slipping. I know when I sleep in and I skip a workout because I just don't want to get out of bed. Mm-hmm. I just don't want to get out of bed and face the day. To me, that's like, okay, why is this, Paul? Why don't you want to get up today? What's going on? That's a sign for me. And as much as there's days I don't want to get up, I force myself to get up like this morning when it's 20 degrees and go on a run. Despite the fact I didn't want to, you got to do it. Mm-hmm. So I think you have to look for your own triggers. And then you also, as a leader, you have to look for those in the people around you as well. And then delicately, very delicately, approach them in a way that's from a place of love and from a place of caring. Just ask them, hey, you doing okay? You seem kind of stressed out. Is there anything I can do to help you? You want to grab coffee? Or if you're in a true position of authoritarian leadership where you can say, you know what, you seem really stressed today. We got things handled at work. Why don't you just leave a little early today? Just go on a walk or go get your kids early from daycare and spend a little time with them. I think that, we're good here. When you can do things like that, if you're in a position to do things like that, don't underestimate the impact that things like that can have on your team's mental health.
Yeah, I always tell folks, you find a lot of folks in a state of overwhelm because they haven't clearly defined what their whelm is. Mm-hmm. To be whelmed, think of like a dam, right? We're meant to, again, capacity-wise, like the dam can hold this much. So whelmed is water hitting close to the top. Do you know what your whelmed is? Do you know you're always trying to push the envelope and say how far we can go, what projects can you push forward, or even just living your best life, whatever that is, to work hard. But if you don't know what your whelmed is, it's easy to say yes, yes, yes. I mean, my partner Don Marie and I, we both, again, do a lot in the community, and we find ourselves, again, saying yes to a lot of things, and it's easy, a lot of great things to do. And so now your calendar's packed. You participated in that. You said yes. Mm-hmm. And we hear that of learn to use no as a vitamin, we have to start to take that on a daily basis in that space. But when you start to understand yourself, to your point, know yourself. You have to know what you can handle, set those trigger points, set those right people in your life, whether that's a significant other, whether that's coworkers, to say, you know my regular demeanor, but know what your whelmed is.
Yeah.
So you get the wobble.
I want to pivot because I want to make sure we get to this part of the discussion, because I think one of the primary ways people get overwhelmed, and we alluded to this earlier, is their phones. And I want to talk about this because we're probably going to talk about this throughout the day. But the number one cause, I believe, of degradation in someone's mental health is what they're consuming on their phones and what people are doing on their phones. And so I, as a guy, let's see, where did I put my phone? It's in here. I am a guy that spends a lot of time on his phone by nature of my job, and we all are. And the example I often use is, if we just eat Doritos and ice cream and soda and just crap all day, your body is going to be in a bad spot. Mm-hmm. And if you just consume TikTok algorithms and the Facebook feed all day and Instagram reels all day and are constantly looking at that, your mind is going to be what Doritos and ice cream and soda is going to do to your body, and it's not good. And those companies and those social media companies, and as a guy who built a company in the early innings based around social media, they are designed to keep you fed with the addictive nature of that content, and it is so bad for you. Mm-hmm. And so can I tell you a game changer that has come into my life in the last probably 6 months is, and I'm not getting paid for this, but I have an app, and it's called ClearSpace. And ClearSpace is an app that it sets the number of times that I can open a social media app a day. And so they're all grayed out. When I click on like Instagram, I have to do 30 seconds of breath work before it will open. And then I can only have it open for a max of 10 minutes before it shuts off. And I can only open it a max of 6 times a day. So when I click to open it, I have to be like, dude, do I want to do 30 seconds of breath work now just to get into this? And is it worth it? And why do I even want to get into this? And it has dramatically dropped my social media consumption. And let me tell you, I'm wasting way less time on these platforms. And I have to use them for my job, to post content and keep in touch with constituents and so forth. But you have to police yourself on these platforms. I mean, you have to. If no one's going to do it for you, no one's going to go to the gym for you. You have to do it yourself. No one's going to police your phone for you. You have to do it yourself. And you can't just put screen time on for yourself because it's very easy just to click ignore. Okay? You need to find a third-party app that works for you and start policing that. And it will change. The comparison traps will go away where you're seeing all the stuff that other people are doing. Very, very, very critical. If I could wave a magic wand and fix one thing in our K-12 school system, it would be related to phones and what phones are doing to the mental health of our youth. And make phones strictly phones, where you actually can only call people and maybe only text people, and that's it. That's what phones would be used for, like the Pilgrims did it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
Clear space?
clear space, man.
Clear space.
It's changed my life.
Well, I mean, just riding on that, I mean, I read a book. Have you read Anxious Generation or heard of it?
No, but I know several people recommended it. I got to read it because several people have told me about it.
Kind of the genesis of that was saying, you know, if you 20 years from now, we're going to see letting a middle schooler have a smartphone is about as damaging as letting them smoke cigarettes. Like, we would never let them smoke cigarettes, but yet the damage of what's happening to, back to your point, actually, I obviously studied a lot of mental health, brain space, mindset, and you go back over human history, we're comparison creatures. Like, if you and I were in a clan together years ago, you comparing, how do I, you know, you're competing for all these various things. And so it's in our nature to compare. So now this invention called the social media, like, when we were growing up, who'd you compare yourself to? Your neighborhood, very few people. So it's one out of a few hundred. Well, now that comparison game, and even though, again, consciously, we know that it's someone's highlight reel, subconsciously, our mind doesn't know what it's consuming. It's just getting exposed to that. So we all know that comparison's a thief of joy, all those various things. That part, for so many of us, because you've never met someone that said, I was scrolling for 20 minutes on my social media and I walked away like, I'm ready to go.
Great.
I feel great.
That was so good. That was the best use of my time today.
Yeah, and that's where I think, you know, a lot of that, to your point, you know, I always say, go back to Socrates, know thyself, right? And to really know yourself, obviously you shared several things of knowing yourself. You know, people ask me a lot of times, how do you do so much? And I know myself. I will not probably go more than 30 days without being on a plane somewhere. Headed to Chicago for a conference next week and staying a few extra days. But like, I know that I push myself hard, but there's never a space. I already have a dozen more trips planned this year. So it's these short sprints. That's my getaway, right? Those small strategies of how you can start to encourage folks. It was the young gal that I mentor, gave her the kind of tidbit of develop a happy list. Know what makes you happy, and then as you're planning, when you're planning out your days and weeks, implant things that make you happy, because they say that 95% of your actions is based off of how you feel in the moment. Well, you never get the end of your workday and then want to decide to go do something. It's easy to scroll and do those type of things. So when you plan happiness and you plan enjoyment, that's how you start to have a better trajectory in your life, which to me, I think in that, how do we encourage more folks to do these? It's simple.
Yeah.
Challenge is anything simple. It's simple not to do, just the
Exactly.
same.
Just like it's simple to get to the gym. It's simple to go out and go on a run. It's so simple. Yeah. You just walk outside your front door and start running. But so few people
walk fast. I mean, whatever.
So few people do it.
Yeah.
Because it's very hard.
Yeah.
And it's the same with these things in our pockets. It's simple not to go on them, but it's very, very hard because it's right there.
So you mentioned earlier mayor's conference and stuff like that. How important is it in your mind of not only just having a support system? Obviously it's crucial, but a lot of folks, again, that lonely at the top, it's important to have those support systems, but as well as how can we encourage more folks to really seek them out when they're not naturally available? You know,
as hard as it is, I think it's really hard for men. You have to have a network of at least one or two really close contacts, close friends, and I'm talking vulnerable friends that you can really take the mask off with, who know everything about you. And I often use the example of, you know, if I came home today from work and there's a suitcase out on my front porch and Jill says, "It's over, buddy, we're done, and you're out of here," who would I call? like I'm that level of low, who do I have in my life that I would call? And that list gets pretty short pretty quickly. I know a lot of people. I mean, I have a lot of friends. But in that situation, I have a lot of friends. Oh, it's pretty short. I have a group of 8 guys, 7 of us plus me, that get together, and they're all kind of hard-charging type A guys like me, and we are extremely vulnerable with each other. I know about their marriages. I know what they're struggling with. I know some of the addictions they're struggling with. We call each other out on it. We say, the way you treated your wife when we were out last time together was inappropriate. What you said to her in front of us all, I could tell it made her feel bad. You shouldn't talk to your wife that way. I mean, we call each other out like that. And you need to have people in your life like that can also say, Paul, you seem off. And I can tell your mental health is, and they have called me on that. And they said, Paul, I can tell you're in a bad place. Everything okay? And during COVID, they were right. I was in a bad place multiple times. And only they could notice that. Maybe everybody noticed it, but they really noticed it. And so I know those are hard relationships to form because it forces you to go below the surface. I mean, we know we have a lot of friends that are like, hey, let's go have a drink and beer and let's talk about the game and how's things and what are you doing in the community and all this stuff. But who can you get really vulnerable with? And if you don't have that person, seek to find that person because those people are really critical in your life. You got to have them.
Yeah. You hear a lot that, especially we see it in Leaders Tomorrow, where folks come through, they start to recognize that they're on this growth trajectory, but their old sphere isn't on the same path where they're going. And so they're looking for these individuals. And I'm like, they're in this room. Like, just getting in some of these rooms to find those people. You're going to have to cycle through some folks to have those. And I always tell folks to have a standard. It's not that you're too good for anybody because no one's better than the next person, but you get to have that standard, especially where you're trying to go. One of my favorite rappers, Nipsey Hussle, he had a quote that said, if you look at your inner sphere of people and don't get inspired, that's not a circle, that's a cage. And that's where when you talk about vulnerability with men, oftentimes when it's just that machismo type stuff and it's not that vulnerability, that's why I really shout out to Tom Henderson who does Res Gen every year, right? Bringing over 1,000 men together, like starting to plant those seeds every year. Like we just have to go a little bit deeper, and that's where I'm hoping. Again, you definitely want that for your kids. You want your son, for sure, be a man in all the ways, but we have to redefine what does it mean to be a man in these scenarios.
You know, and I have a couple guys in my life that I know are really struggling with their mental health. And through some different connections and different times of taking them out for a beer or coffee or lunch or whatnot, I've got them to open up to me, and now there are just a lot of unprompted check-ins that I do with them. Send them an audio note, send them a text, just constantly checking in. If I haven't heard from them in a while, don't underestimate the importance of that. And so unprompted check-in on your friends is really, really important. And especially if you know that someone's struggling. You know, they've lost a job, lost a girlfriend, lost a spouse, going through a divorce. Those critical kind of life moments, those pivoting life moments when something big has happened, those are the times when you really have to check on people. Because that's when sometimes those thoughts can creep in where it's like, you know what, I got to check in on Tamian. He's going through some things right now, and he may need someone just to know that I'm there thinking of him, and I'm here if he needs anything.
Yeah, such a simple thing to do, as you mentioned, it just popped in my head. So Saturday, I went to the mall with my 2 of my younger girls, and I sat in the little comfy chair and gave them some money and have at it. And the tendency to want to scroll, and I was like, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to be in a good mood. And I scrolled through my contact list, and I sent about 30 text messages, just thinking of you and Kurt. What did that take? That little bit of intentionality, right, is huge. That's why we always say at Think 3D, nothing of significance happens without intention. And so that little bit of intentionality, checking in on people, hey, thinking of you. I got a great friend, Mark Keith, probably once a month on a Friday. It's always on a Friday morning. Have a great day, my guy. You know, just those small things, matter.
And the most underutilized feature of your phone, your iPhone, is the ability to just send an audio text, your actual voice. say, hey, Tammy, just checking in. Hope you're having a great day, man. I understand you went through something last week. If you need anything, holler at me. No need to respond. I know you're busy, but love you. Have a great week. Here's
20 seconds.
20 seconds, and you would get that. You'd be like, dude, what a guy. I mean, can you believe he just did that? Like,
You just one up me. I sent a text actually next time.
When people send those to me, I'm just like, man, that was awesome. Like, I got to do that more. It makes my day, and it fills my cup, and it's just like, it just gives me a shot of dopamine, mental health dopamine, that gets me through whatever I'm going through that day.
Well, even think of like that hidden secret. How do you feel when you make somebody else feel good? Mm-hmm. Like again, rather than mindlessly scrolling where you never feel good at the end of it, like do that more often and you feel good making other people feel good.
Think about what's good for you, think about what you want, and then do that for others, do unto others type deal. It's really goes back to some pretty basic stuff.
Well, I'm gonna take that as one of my takeaways, but as we kind of wind this first segment, the burden of leadership, again, leadership leading in any area of your life, what's one piece of advice or a takeaway that you would just encourage folks to say, here's something to really look into and lean into this in terms of leading forward in your life?
One thing we need to talk about that I think is really important for your mental health is journaling and writing down goals, writing down where you're at, and then going back and seeing your progress. And I know for me personally, a lot of the things that I've done in life, progress I made with my wife, with my kids, with coworkers, is due to the fact that I write it down and I say, hey, this week I am going to intentionally make time to take my police chief out to lunch. And I write it down. And now I feel the responsibility to do that because I wrote it down. And so I get it done. And it's like this week I'm going to take Nora to McDonald's, just me and her, and make her feel special. And I do it because I wrote it down. And this week, I'm going to finally download this ClearSpace app, which I read about, and I know it will be good for my mental health, but I've been pushing it off. And I do it because I wrote it down. That's why I wrote a book called The Code of Contentment, and it's got a bunch of spots after every chapter to journal, because I just think journaling, it puts a little bit of gravitas and emphasis behind what you should do, because when you write something down, you're 5 times more likely to do it than when you just think, I should take my daughter out sometime, or I should probably get to the gym sometime. When you write it down, much more likely to happen. So don't be afraid to grab a journal and just start writing some things down that you want to get done for your mental health, physical health, spiritual health.
Yeah, it's a different level of intention that, the average person has 60,000 thoughts a day. You say maybe a couple thousand words a day. Mm-hmm. At best, you write a couple hundred words a day. So just a level of emphasis on your intention by writing things off, huge. I'll give you mine. I'm gonna add on to that. You mentioned it earlier, breathing. The simplicity of, we all know deep breathing, all those various things. I had at that conference I was at a few weeks ago, I had the greatest spiritual experience of my life on the other side of about 30 minutes of guided breathing. And it was just mind-blowing. And I'm like, that's available anytime. Just rhythmic breathing, or again, you can do 1,000,001 different things, but man, and I would say couple it with journaling. Journal how you feel, do the breathing, and then notice how you feel on the other end of it. It may not be you're feeling at a 10, but 100% money back guarantee you'll be in a better position to handle what you're dealing with in this moment and what you have going forward. So in that, so all attendees out there, as we wrap this segment, what's one thing that you can do this week to invest into your mental health, your well-being as a leader? Again, leader is not title or position, doesn't have to be a CEO, a mayor. Leading your family, leading yourself, just leading your peers and people around you. What's one thing that you can commit to? Write it down in that space to make the intention clear and concise, but make that a very clear purpose. And so with that, thank you for joining us for the first segment. Next, we have up Craig and David, who's going to be talking about the perspective of being a veteran, right? I'm so excited to hear this topic because, again, we hear a lot about the stigma and the things that come with veterans and mental health. So stay tuned for this next segment, and thank you for joining us for a Better You Mental Health Conference 2025.
Thanks, y'all.
Home is everything. Home is why we do what we do. If you're taking it from a going to war perspective, you don't worry about what you're fighting in front of you. You're worried about the people who are behind you, and you want to provide for them and make sure that they never have to go to that. So my name is Craig Sanchez. I'm a lead case manager for a veteran homeless organization. So I joined the military in August of 2001, right before September 11th. I don't think I've fully transitioned out of the mindset. I don't think I ever will. You know, you spend the majority of your life a certain way in a high stress environment, and it just kind of cements certain aspects of that way of thinking with you. PTSD, adjustment disorder, those are two, big things. A lot of people, unfortunately, sometimes they'll suffer a separation from everything, coming back, and it's not the same as when you left. Reintegration and coming home is almost as scary as going to war. Peace is almost a myth to guys like me. I wanted to try and help other veterans to have the same experience that I had. And what better way to do that than in a situation where I'm actually helping veterans get back on their feet. If a homeless veteran is looking for a place to sleep, the things he cares about is a roof over his head or, food in his belly. You just never get there after you've been to war. You never get there again. And but it doesn't mean you don't stop chasing it. I am not, optimistic that the problem is going to go away forever. But what I am optimistic on is the one guy who got there and is leaving better than when he arrived. That's what drives me.
Welcome back. We're excited to be here. I'm David Rieger. I'm a veteran of the active duty Army. Deployed to Afghanistan in 2012 and 13. Moved back home and didn't really have a veteran support system. So in the last couple of years, I met Craig Sanchez here at Veterans Community Project, and we've been able to really grow in our veteran journeys, both of us.
And I'm Craig Sanchez. I joined right before September 11th. I did 3 tours in Iraq, spanning from 01 to 2010, or I'm sorry, 03 to 2010, and then I was also a government contractor after my service for 3 years in Afghanistan.
We want to also say that we're not mental health providers at all, or not any type of medical. We're probably the case studies that somebody could build a doctorate on.
Yeah.
But
we're just a couple of veterans who've been through it, and I think our point of view it will be helpful.
Yeah, get into that. Let's talk about invisible wounds of service. Discuss kind of emotional and psychological tolls of military service, ranging from PTSD, depression, and transitions to civilian life. What are some mental health challenges that veterans face that civilians may not understand?
I think the reintegration process is difficult. I know that while I was serving, after my first deployment at the end, reintegration, going back home, was kind of an afterthought. We deployed, we invaded in 03, and everything was very high speed and very, up tempo for a very long time. And then near the end, the last couple of months, it was almost a full stop. It was okay, so let's talk about what it means and what it takes to go back to the house. And we were like, why? I know how to go home. It's you don't think it's going to be an issue. And I think probably the other issue that we deal with is when it comes time to get a job. There hasn't been many places where I have worked where they have a policy or any kind of training of what it means to talk to a veteran. We've seen life through a very different lens, and because of that, it's kind of why coming home is almost as more grueling than going to war itself.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you see movies and your Instagram reels of people coming home and stuff, but that's not reality most time, especially in movies and pop culture. How do you feel on what you see in movies, what you see in pop culture? How does that translate to actual real life and civilian life?
I think you have to understand exactly what movies are, and the stuff that you see on Instagram. A lot of that stuff, movies obviously, and even the stuff that you see reels on various social media, it's not real. And you know, like I was watching recently. I was watching the Band of Brothers series again, and they do this after thing where they talk about, you know, the making of and stuff like that. And when they had all those D-Day veterans there, they told them, he's like, we're only trying to get 10 to 15% correct of the whole experience, and the rest is drama. You know, I always tell people, you know, when I deployed the first time, my deployment was 12 months. It was a whole year. But in that year, I had about 2 good months of action, of, you know, the combat operations, all that stuff. But it wasn't in a row, and it wasn't all at once. It was a week here, and then a span of a month or 2. And then it was, you know, 48 hours for this mission, and then another month. You know, so watching a movie of our deployments would definitely wouldn't be as exciting if you spaced it out as it normally is.
Yeah, that's very accurate. So coming back, what was the hardest transition for you? What's the hardest part of that transition process from being in the military, being active duty, or even guards or reserves when you're gone for 9 months, 12 months, 18 months? What's the hardest transition coming back to the States and then transitioning out of the military?
I think that it's obviously it's veteran dependent, but it also depends on when you went in. I went in as an old man. I was 26. You know, my entire basic training, the oldest guy other than me was 18. So immediately I'm placed in a different, like, cast than the rest of, you know, the guys who are going through it. And, you know, they look to the old guy for wisdom. They look to the old guy, hey, what's this mean? You know, and stuff like that. And then, but at the same time, they're all running circles around me and teasing me the whole time, which, you know, is part of it, which is fine. But I think the biggest problem with getting out is the complete loss. You lose everything. You lose your job. You lose your discipline. You lose your purpose. You know, everything that you lose your structure. Everything that you cling to and drives you while you're in the military is gone. And even if you retain some of it, it's still not the same. It's never the same.
I completely agree with that. I mean, I went in when I was 18. You know, you go from living underneath your parents' roof for your whole life. You get in, now the military, regardless of what branch you're in, they act as your mom and dad, right? Right. I stayed in the barracks. I had the DFAC, right? All my meals. And that brotherhood of staying in the barracks, kind of like a fraternity or something at a college where you're living is your housing is supplied for you. You lose that. Yeah. You lose everything. You lose all of your structure, and you come back home or go back wherever you want to go to nothingness and having to rebuild everything. On the same line, you have people you serve with that you're with for maybe a year once you get to the unit station, maybe 3 years. But you always have it in your mind that that person's leaving at some point. They're ETSing, they're PCSing, they're going to a different unit station. Your head is constantly in a state of, I know I'm going to lose this person, but you also have the trauma bonds and you have all this other stuff with them. So you're constantly telling yourself, I'm going to lose this person at some point. I can't get too attached, but I do.
Right. That's a good point. But it's funny that you mention that because, you know, one of my best friends in the military, he got out as soon as that first deployment was over, and that was in 2004. And the first time I saw him after that was a couple years ago.
Yeah.
You know,
and he picked up where he left off.
Yeah, like we never left.
And I mean, that causes a lot of trauma, right? Just psyching yourself up for the loss of somebody close to you all the time.
Right.
How do veterans typically process trauma different than civilians?
You know, it depends on the veteran. You know, I think all of us get a little bit of a darker humor. The things that are funny to us are straight up not funny at all to other people, but it's a coping mechanism for us. I know a guy who, you know, he was stationed at a place that was nicknamed Rocket City in Afghanistan. And now one of the things he does just to get on with daily life is when he's at home, he's in the basement. You know, you have to get to that point where something is comfortable to you, and sometimes it's something that doesn't make sense to other people. And I think that's part of it. And, there's also withdrawal. Some people just step back from society. They step back from, so that they're not a burden on somebody else. It's almost like that mentality of, I have to protect you from me. So I'm just going to step over here while I can provide for you and everything, but you don't have to deal with me like that. And that could be a very lonely place to end up.
I think the loneliness is, it's kind of something we do to ourselves too, right?
Right.
We process trauma in a different way that we don't think any civilian can relate with us. Mm-hmm. Is that wrong? Maybe. But it's hard to talk about military life with somebody that just doesn't get it.
Yeah. It can be problematic in that aspect. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're talking about that too, it's kind of like a mask we put on to civilians that we're fine. We're good. We've got this, we're strong, we're motivated, we're all these things because that's who we are in the military. Let's shift a little then and talk about the expectations to tough it out. How can impact getting support or the stigma it can cause? How did that warrior mentality, that warrior mask, mentally impact your willingness to ask for help?
So I kind of saw the whole, gamut of this, so to speak. Whenever we first went over, there wasn't any need for any kind of mental health resilience. We all knew why we were there. I joined right before it all happened. I changed my job so that I could go quicker because I wanted to go to war. And so when I arrived at my unit, I knew what I was doing. I knew where we were headed. Now, going back to what we said earlier about reintegration, that full stop at the end where they're like, okay, now we have to talk about going home. And you go back to that, well, I don't need to know how to go home. I go home all the time. But what you don't understand is the moment you leave home and start that deployment process, home is never the same again. And it's not that home changes, you change. Right. Because you see it differently. And it gets to the point where it's kind of, you don't want to ask for help because that affects you down the road. Like when we got back, after that first deployment, we had a briefing, I think right after we got back from leave, we were all gone for 30 days and they told us we already had orders and we were going back and it was less than a year. Right. You don't have time to do that stuff because you go right back into mission mode. And after that, it's not a thing. But fast forward to the end of my career and my body was starting to break down. I couldn't keep up with, a lot of the standards that I was always good at upholding. And I just, the shoulders going, I needed a knee surgery. I needed another knee surgery that I never got. And finally I was just like, I need to talk to someone about this because I knew, I was a little bit older, a little bit more mature. I knew that, I'm not going to be able to be taken care of later on down the line if this stuff isn't written down somewhere. And I got ridiculed for it. My platoon sergeant kind of, he kind of, I don't want to say he teased me, but, he didn't make it easy for me to do the things I did. But, I always found comfort in the fact that, I deployed more than he did. And, I really wasn't concerned with what his opinion of me was because I knew where I had been and what I had done. So that's whenever I just started taking care of me. And it was necessary. I'm glad I did it.
So I think another big part of that is, I was in a quick deploying unit in Georgia, Fort Stewart there, and we were a unit that, within a year after getting back, we could have been somewhere else again. Right. And there's this stigma, I guess maybe not even a stigma, it's a common known threat to a deployment if you go see a mental health provider and they tell you you're messed up, they tell you you're going through PTSD and you can become undeployable. When you sign up for the military, especially at combat arms like we did, there's being stateside is not what we signed up for. We signed up to deploy. We signed up to be actively participating in our job as being a warrior. Right. So the threat of going to see somebody and talk about what's going on inside our brains is, it's terrifying to us because we don't want to lose what we're actually there to do.
But we have a job to do and we know it.
Right.
And so no matter the cost, whatever it takes, we do it.
Right. How can that vulnerability be kind of reframed as a strength within veteran services?
I think the era of veteran here plays a large role in this. I mean, you and I are both Global War on Terrorism veterans, GWAT veterans is what they call us. Now, near the end of my career and probably the beginning of yours, they were pushing a lot more for mental health, resilience, and training and stuff like that to better us and make us more resilient and more apt to be able to deal with whatever it is that we have to do. And, I have to say that, I knew it was something we had to do. And I knew it was something, but it was just something that you did. But in preparing for this, when we talked to, our good friend Freddie over to Vera, yep. The way that he said it was best, asking for help is a skill. No one is great at something doing it once.
Right.
So you have to keep practicing. You have to keep asking for help. And if you're not okay, yeah, that happens. So get okay.
Right. Sharing the struggles.
Share the struggle.
Makes you human. It doesn't make you less than. It doesn't make you anything. It makes you human.
Absolutely.
We're all human.
Yeah, and that's the point. You have to do that.
Yeah, we're all human. A lot of times civilians don't think about how to engage with veterans with respect and compassion. Let's talk about some of the do's and don'ts. What are some common misconceptions about veterans and mental health?
I think a lot of times they think we're all infantrymen.
Right.
And that's not true. I mean, both of us are combat arms. Neither of us are infantrymen. So and the Army is a big corporation. They have jobs for everything. They got finance guys. They got mechanics. They got tank drivers. I mean, they have everything. So I think that they need to understand that we were trained to get there. We had to receive training to get to that point. I mean, the common tasks for every soldier in the Army is like an inch thick. All the things. That's something that everybody who goes through basic training has to do, no matter the job. And I remember a story of one of our instructors there. Because my class was at Fort Benning in Georgia. It's the home of the infantry. That's where all infantrymen go to train, but we were non-infantry, so we had it a little bit harder because I think they punished us a little bit for that. But the one guy, he came out and he's like, "All right, listen up. Here's the deal. I know that everyone's here, MOS or job, is not infantry. You guys are not infantry, but here's the truth." And they were teaching us this at the range. If you're in a situation and no one's around you and you're turning the corner and there's the enemy, you infantry now. And it made all of us laugh. But everybody started to click. And people were like, okay, this is a different thing. And you know what? Even my drill sergeants, I mean, it was a very real thing. I mean, this was right at the beginning. No one had gone over to, the invasion just yet. And, they were prepping us for war. They knew where we were going. And you know what? They convinced a lot of us, you're going to hell anyway. Take them with you. And that, you can't turn it off.
Yeah, it's very hard.
They don't train you to turn it off. They train you how to do it. And of course, things might be different now. But for me, and probably a little bit for you, it was still in that process of, okay, we have to hit the switch. And some veterans, including myself, we have a hard time finding and flipping that switch.
I mean, we were trained to suffer in silence too.
Yes.
Right? There's a lot of us flipping that switch happens only internally,
right,
not externally. I'd say another misconception about veterans is we all have PTSD, right? Many of us do. Probably 3/4, if not more, do have some type of PTSD. And that PTSD isn't just the stuff that, going back to the pop culture and movies and stuff, in every movie that you see people talking about PTSD, it's the guy flipping out on a police officer when he gets pulled over, lights, sounds, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, me personally, in my own life, I suffer all the time with being in really active places, crowded places, and it's not like I'm out there freaking out on people, right? Especially after I had my daughter, I'm constantly checking every exit, checking everybody that comes in. You know, it's maybe that's a father thing too, but it's a constant state of mind where I'm not enjoying now. I'm not enjoying the present because I'm constantly worried about these threats that may be there, may not. And you know, we're taught that makes us better. We're taught that is a good thing, and I always thought it was until I had my daughter and we're out in public. I can't fully enjoy these moments that are beautiful moments with my daughter and my fiance. I mean, it's a constant threat inside our head.
Right. You know, but at the time when you learned it, it was necessary.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, there's the switch.
You can't turn it off.
Yeah, it's
very hard
difficult
to turn that off.
Yeah.
That being said, you know, in my own personal life, it's hard to talk about these things, again, with civilians and stuff like that. What are some do's and don'ts, you know, asking a service member about their mental health?
Everyone gets the question.
Right.
I'm sure you've gotten it before. I've gotten it many times, and it always comes up, you know, did you have to kill anyone? Did you have to do, you know, something unthinkable? And that particular question is unfair.
Right.
And it's, me personally, I think it's rude. Now, a lot of people don't have problems talking about their service. I happen to be one of them. I'm very open with my service because I think that's important for people to see that, you know, even with all that trauma, even with everything that you've been through, you can still recover and you can still mitigate that trauma. You can't get rid of it. It's always there. But with that particular question, think about it, you know. If I say yes, then now I have altered your perception of me forever. You know, I'm someone who can take a life. I've said that I've done it, you know. And most people ask questions and are not ready for the answer.
Right.
And this is one of those questions. But if I say no, well, he probably wouldn't tell me anyway, even if he did.
Right.
And so I've lost no matter what, you know. And, you know, I've known people that make light of it, you know, they'll, you know, or some people get real serious with it. Some people don't answer it at all. But I think what people need to realize before you start asking questions and before you take that you know, morbid curiosity that you're just dying to know, you have to realize that wars only end on TV.
Right.
For guys like us, the war is never over. It will never be over. It will always be a part of me. I will always think about it. There will always be things that bring me back there. The discipline is being able to mitigate it. And that's why I'm here today, is to help somebody, you know what, let me help you mitigate it. I can't take it away. It can't be done. You know, but I think when people talk to us, I think you just need to realize that, hey, it's not over.
Right.
Never will be.
And like we said, with the suffer in silence part, you know, when you're talking to somebody that's a veteran, meet their openness. We suffer in silence. If you're a civilian and you come up to me and say, hey, do you want to talk about it? Probably not. But if you're going to meet them with their openness of, hey, I'm here for you, you know, whenever you want to talk, whatever you want to do, but don't be pushy.
No.
Just be a human.
No.
How can friends, employers, and communities better support veterans without making them feel othered?
Othered is an interesting term. By nature, as veterans, we're already othered. And I'll give you some numbers. So at the height of World War II, the enlistment rate at that time of the total population of the United States was right around 11%. And that was considered excellent. Vietnam era, when you got to that point, you're right around 9% of the population. That might include the draft, it might not. GWAT veterans like us, less than 1%. So 0.45 when I joined. The numbers might be different now, but for the most part, the numbers are very low. So we all are already a othered class, a select few,
Right.
you know. And with that comes, you know, it's always going to come, you know, a stigma. And I think for the most part, we are kind of the epitome of the phrase, well, you had to be there. And I think just people, if they realize that and just were like, okay, you know, I get that. And like you said, you made a great point, you know, reaching out and asking if a veteran wants to talk about something, that's not a bad thing, even if we don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Because it just shows that, you know, okay, so someone out there is curious as to what it was like to serve. And I think that's important.
It goes back to kind of what Mayor Paul and Tammy were saying too, just reaching out. You know, send a text, send a voice memo, whatever it is. If you know they're a veteran and you see them going through something or they're more quiet than normal, they're more internalized than normal, just reach out. Just say, hey,
Absolutely.
whatever you need, I'm here for you. But make sure you're also willing to take what they want to tell you. You have to make sure you're ready to take that on for your own mental health as well.
You have to be ready to receive the answer of the question you've just asked.
Right.
You know, and that can be hard.
And also just know that you probably won't have the answer for them, but there's several organizations, community partners all around Sioux Falls and all around every area too that want to help veterans. So just be a guiding light for them to help get them to a place where they feel comfortable. It kind of gives us a good leeway into the power of connection and community. Let's talk about peer support, veteran networks, and open dialogue, and how open dialogue can play a critical role in healing. How has community, other veterans, family, or mentors played a role in your healing journey?
Again, it goes back to we're already othered. We're already a select few. So I think the best way to heal and understand is to surround yourself with like-minded people and like-experienced people. You know, if you find a good VFW or an American Legion, that's a good place to start. You know, VFW, you have to be a veteran of a foreign war. American Legion takes all service members, and I don't know if those lines are as hard as they used to be. They might let you join either one now, but you know, reach out to them, start with them. And I know a lot of people, you know, they have mixed feelings about talking with the VA. And, you know, like everything in life, there are good and bad of everything. There's some great VAs out there. There's some not so great ones. And speaking from personal experience and being all the places that I have been and the many VAs I have gone to, the VA here in Sioux Falls really is the gold standard. I mean, you're going to wait. That's just life, you know, and a lot of people complain about that, you know, well, I have to wait for the VA. Well, that's going to happen, you know. But me personally, I've never had an issue that wasn't attended to. And, you know, if it was too long of a wait, then they would send me somewhere else where, you know, where they could see me, you know, quicker. You know, we got a good vet center here that has a lot of great resources. They have counselors and people who you can talk to. I've utilized them myself. You know, I know they're a great resource from personal experience. And then, you know, there comes back to, you know, where I met you, you know, Veterans Community Project. You know, we specialize in helping people with, you know, housing and outreach help. And, you know, if we can't help you directly, we know where to send you.
Right. And yeah, I mean, personally for me, when I came back home in 2016, I didn't have much of a veteran community that I wanted to seek out, right? The VAs and the Legions did not seem like a place that I wanted to go to because it seemed like all the older generations, not that that's a bad thing, but I just didn't feel like I could connect anywhere with the veteran community. Up until 2022, when I got the job at Veterans Community Project, I had no idea that I needed a veteran community around me that I could just be open with and honest with. I got home, locked all that in a room in my house up here, and kind of just, you know, suffered in silence, kept it all in. Didn't didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to even be about it anymore.
And you and I talked about that when I first started.
Right.
And you opened my eyes to a lot of different things about the veteran community that, being an older guy,
Yep.
I don't see like you do. And then you and I actually had a lot of conversations about the hypervigilance and the things that you didn't even realize you were doing.
Absolutely.
And that took me years to realize I was doing the same thing.
Yep.
So it's we take care of our own. That's what we do.
And I think we're getting to a point where other communities, other veteran organizations are all realizing that there's that divide, right? Again, Freddie Real at Avera there, he's actively working on kind of figuring out a way to bring older generations, younger generations all together and working on a transitional process out of the military too, where they focus more heavily on the mental health side of things. Because when we're getting out, it's very directed towards building your resume and getting a job when you get out. Who are you going to be once you're out of the military? It's not how are you going to be. That's just parts that they don't work on. And I think setting these up is going to be make huge progress in the veteran community after that.
Oh, I agree.
And with, other organizations like Veterans Community Project, we're there to support any veteran that comes in, right? Old, young, whoever you are, it gets that door open to be part of something else.
Absolutely.
More personal side of things, what programs or daily habits have been most helpful to your mental well-being?
Well, I think for me, I still hold on to a lot of the Army. I mean, I still got the hat, and I'm still wearing cargo pants. I don't use the pockets because we weren't allowed. I still carry a backpack. I'm always early everywhere I got to go. I'm 15 minutes early to everything, and that structure and that, discipline that I had back in the day really helps me. Really helps me get about my day easier for me. Frustrates my wife sometimes, but I mean, it's what I have to do to get on, and that's really what helps me.
Good. I would say finding a veteran-based organization that you're comfortable with is what is going to help a lot of people. Again, like I just said, finding this job was something that I didn't know I needed.
Right.
And we've had a couple of our residents that go to hunting trips just for veterans, that kind of thing. Find something that you want to be part of. If it's hunting that you like doing, there's organizations out there that will take you hunting, take you on hunting trips. There's several veteran-oriented organizations that they make it less of a mental health thing and more of a come get together, come be a community, and then let's talk as veterans. I think that's something that is really needed, but you have to find the right fit for you. Yeah. If you don't find the right fit, you're not going to progress in it.
It's true.
What advice would you give to a veteran who might be suffering in silence right now?
So this is a hard one. You have to find that moment. You have to, if you're the veteran, you have to find that moment where you reach out to somebody. But more importantly, you have to reach out to somebody who's going to notice, who's going to see it. Because as veterans, if we reach out for help and we don't get it, we're very resistant to do it again. And I'll give you an example. So my father-in-law was a Vietnam vet, and he did 3 tours in Vietnam. And when I met him, he was in the CLC at the VA. He was in the he needed constant care because he had had a stroke. But he was still there, and he would still joke with me. Some of the things he said to me, I probably shouldn't repeat, but they were hilarious. But that's the relationship that we have together as soldiers. But there was a moment, I'm kind of old-fashioned. I went up and I asked him, if it was okay if I could marry his daughter, and he said, give her hell, Gus. He called me Gus because he had a son named Craig, so I was forever Gus. And so I went up there one day, and was just watching TV. He had a TV in his room, and I was sitting next to him. There wasn't any conversation really, and I saw him look down, and he took a deep breath, and I picked up on it, so I kind of looked at him, and he said to me, he said, he's like, Gus, and he stopped. I'm waiting for him to say it, but I realize he's not gonna. So I said, yeah, I know. And so that moment was him reaching out to me. And because I saw it, in that moment he just kind of lowered his head and he nodded. Before he died, he opened up to me about everything. He told me stories I'm fairly certain he didn't tell anybody. So in that moment, I was able to give that old man some peace. What else can you ask for,
Yeah. And it's unfortunate that you get to that point where we suffer in silence so much that you have to visit somebody in the hospital to actually tell your story.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking, to say the very least, how many people, how many veterans specifically, take suffering in silence to heart and live the rest of their life that way. It's something that I deal with constantly in my own relationship as well. Family relationships, everything. It's hard to break that curse of suffering in silence and opening up to people. But I think this is the first step in that, right?
Yeah. One of them.
This is something that Craig and I are completely out of our comfort zone with here.
Slightly,
And
you can tell.
we know it needs to be talked about. We know it needs to be something that people talk about so that others don't live to their final days and then tell their story and then be comfortable with it. I think that's my biggest takeaway from this whole experience is there's so many people that say that veterans should do this, should do that, but getting it, actually rewriting ourselves to find that vulnerability is the hardest thing that I've done, harder than basic training, harder than deploying. We signed up to do what we wanted to do, and then coming back and being vulnerable is just not an option for most of us, not that we see internally anyways. It's damaged so many relationships, it's damaged families, friends. I mean, the suicide rates of veterans, if there was more vulnerability, more openness, more community behind more than just saying, hey, thanks for your service, or anything like that, I think we would have a lot better veteran space. But we just need to find that connection and be able to be vulnerable with ourselves and others.
We have to be there for when that moment comes for somebody.
Right.
And that's what we do.
Before we head to a break, I think that's all we have here. I challenge the audience, though, ask yourself this question. What's one thing that you can do this week to be a better ally for the veteran community? And
if you're a veteran who's struggling, please reach out to somebody. Call the VA, call 988, call us. Start the process, have the moment, and get that journey started.
And we're at Veterans Community Project here in Sioux Falls. We're open, all throughout the week, 9 to 5. We have a building there. We have offices that if you're a veteran that needs help, needs support in any kind of way, please come see us. If we don't have the answers there, we have several community partners that will help get you the help you need and just be there for you. Just come out and visit. We'll put you in the right place.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everybody.
I pretended it and I manipulated everybody that I was fine. It's the, hey, how are you? I'm great. And you smile and you keep walking. And the reality is I was so far from great. I was dying. I was physically, emotionally, and spiritually dying. And all I had to do was just say, I'm not okay. Like, just, I'm not okay. Can somebody please help me? And I don't know why that's so hard, but it is. My name is Heather Kittleson, and I'm a redeemed alcoholic and a suicide survivor. I have always been a very loving, outgoing person, even as a child. My parents said that I was so easy to be around. I wasn't your typical girl. Having 3 older brothers, that helped. I was very much a tomboy and played sports, and I would hear of people having problems or depression or that kind of stuff, but I never ever really knew what that was about. So genuinely joyful, loving, and kind. And then I would say a lot of the just the compounding of world stuff and the drinking. My grandpa was a veteran, and when he came back from the war, he had completely turned into another person and started to choose alcohol and the bar scene to get away from all of the trauma. And then the cycle repeated itself because a Vietnam War happened, and my dad was actually at Vietnam War. And so there's this generational alcoholism from losing my grandma and grandpa to it, to aunts and uncles from the smoking and drinking. They've died from cancers. They've died from truly just from alcoholism. They've drank themselves to death. When I had developed postpartum depression after my 4th, and things were so confusing, and I felt very numb, and I didn't understand. I had people that talked to me about postpartum depression, and I couldn't relate. I could have empathy and sit with them and talk with them, but when it came to me having it, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, I felt like I was walking through quicksand because I didn't understand it. I couldn't actually put words to it because it wasn't something that I had ever went through. And therefore, I didn't know how to communicate it with anyone. And so the only thing that I knew how to do to feel something was to drink. And so as hard as that is for people to understand, I have so much empathy for those that are dealing with suicidal thoughts for that reason. I mean, I was thinking about the things that I'm actually a part of now. Like watching my kids graduate from preschool and enter kindergarten. Like how I would have missed that. You know, and I think back to the day that I was sitting on the edge of my bed after my kids and my husband had left, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed when I sat down to write my letter. It was crazy how quickly my emotions shut off. I wrote one general letter to my family. I didn't say sorry in the letter. When I went to treatment, I brought the letter with me, and we had a day where we got to write down a bunch of stuff of past traumas, and then we got to burn the paper in a fireplace, and it felt so good to burn that letter, because after rereading it and looking at how emotionless it was, that was not the Heather that I am today. Man, the work that I have put in the last 3 years has been every day. Like, you have to make your mind up that you are here to live. God made us all with a purpose, and all of our purposes are really divine and really special. And so not living that out is truly doing this world a disservice. It is possible to be the best version of you every day. I mean, you hear people say that all the time, but I am living proof that that is what I'm doing every single day.
Hello, welcome back. My name is Greg Koch. This is Lisa Larson, and we're with the 437 Project. I'm going to dig into that a little bit more, but I want to first start by saying huge thank you for this opportunity to be here. This is an incredible day. The fact that so much conversation is going on about mental health, I think it's truly special. We're going to dig into 437 Project, and Lisa and I are actually going to share our stories with each other. I'm going to talk about how I was a part of creating the 437 Project, and Lisa's going to share her story as a runner who came into the project of what we were looking for when this came together. But let's dig into that a little bit more. So this project, the 437 Project, it's so much more than a run. It really truly is a movement. Now, to get to know me, I have to tell a few stories. And bear with me, I'm going to talk about chiropractors a little bit and some of my experiences. I know Lisa works in the chiropractic office, and it's all good. So 605 Running Company, that's my business. In the early days of the business, I was not the owner. I was there opening day, but I didn't own the business. And for some reason, they thought I could be the marketing guy. I don't have a marketing degree. It's not something that has ever been something that I was super into, but I keep falling into marketing roles, and I've discovered a lot of different things about it. But I was excited to be working at a running store, and my first task was to work with a chiropractor in Sioux Falls who was really motivated to sort of cross-promote. This sort of happens with chiropractors. Chiropractors are incredible entrepreneurs. They've got that hustle just like a retail store owner does. And so I had to display shoes, and one of the things I was tasked with was starting a weekly group run. And I think I mentioned I don't have that marketing degree. So I was like, sure, I can do that. I'm guilty of always saying, sure, let's do it. That first group run happened, and it was the chiropractor, and it was me. And I was a good sport about it. I love to run. And we went on this run. It was a 4-mile run. It was a summer day. It was a beautiful day. And I kept up with him because it was just the two of us. And we got done. We were recovering, and he looks at me, and he goes, wow, you run pretty good for a big guy. And I was like, cool. I think that was a compliment. I wasn't sure. But there was this sort of creep, I call it a creep, that got into my head. And I was like, okay, fine. Life has gone on, and I've had that little creep in my head about, wow, you run pretty good for a big guy. There's just this sort of thought in my mind. Several years later, I was getting ready for my 9th marathon. I've run 9 marathons, Lisa. And I was in another chiropractor's office, and I was talking about my running history and what my training was going to look like. He was asking me all the right questions and what I would need him for as I was going through my training cycle. And we got done, and he goes, that's all great, but Greg, you don't really look like a runner. And it's true. I don't look like a runner. I've had that little creep in my mind pretty much all of the years I've been in business. This is what's called imposter syndrome. So imposter syndrome, it's that persistent feeling of self-doubt. The belief that you're not as capable or as legitimate as people think you are. Even when you're succeeding, you kind of feel like a fraud. Imposter syndrome is something that's challenged me throughout my time in business. And I'm not alone. 70% of people are going to experience imposter syndrome at some point in their life. But I have to tell you, running has transformed my life. It's taken me all across the country. I've gotten to meet some incredible people along my journeys with running. And if you go to the Lululemon in Empire Mall, you're going to see a huge poster of me running. So I am a runner. And it's taken me a long time to be okay with saying, yeah, I'm a runner. And it's my career to say anybody can be a runner. That's what I'm working on. To understand 437 Project and how it was founded, for me and how I got involved, I have to take you back to 2019. 2019 was an awesome year for me. It was truly incredible. One of our footwear brands at the running store invited me to run the LA Marathon. I was fired up. They didn't invite me out as an elite athlete. They just wanted me to come. I was a running store owner, and this happens in my industry. But I took it really serious. I trained really, really hard. And in 2019, I got in the best shape of my life, without a doubt. I was bad fast, Lisa, at least for me. I was so fast. If you think about early 2019, so LA Marathon's in March. 2019, that winter was incredibly cold. We had 30 days below zero. So that training block was super hard, and I really had to get mentally tough because I was doing a lot of my runs on a treadmill. To get on a treadmill and run 15 miles was easy for me, mostly because I was doing it with really good training partners. I had an amazing training partner who was so fast, an incredible woman. She actually qualified for the women's Olympic trials that year. And that's the thing. I was keeping up with her. Her slow days and my fast days, they matched up. I was in awesome shape, and I was really clairvoyant at this time too. My business was doing really, really well. Things were taking off. We started this race called the Sioux Falls Skedaddle. We were working with one of the top companies in the world that puts on races. And I was feeling really good about things. Personal life was really good too. My wife and I, we were gonna have my first kid. I was so excited. It's hers too. But I was so excited to be a dad. I've always wanted to be a dad, and this was something that was really special for me. And I have to say, the video that was on before this, Heather, when she talks about postpartum, that's going to come up here. And that's the thing is, like, my daughter was born, and everything about the first half of that year was super clear and exciting. I was really fit. My business was doing well. It was great. And I was so joyful to welcome my daughter into this world. She truly is a blessing. I love being a dad. I say being a dad is really, truly the only thing I'm actually good at. But postpartum hit both me and my wife, and it hit us in different ways. Now, we rarely talk about postpartum depression in men, but it is real. About 1 in 10 new fathers are going to experience this, and many more struggle with anxiety, mood changes, feelings of disconnection. And this happened to me. I really felt like the second half of that year really was just a fog. I don't remember many of those first days with my daughter. It's hard to say that. I know that I was there and that I was present and that I made good decisions as a parent. I just can't recall any of it. I was really disconnected. So that joyful beginning to the year, that clairvoyancy, that excitement that I had, it really got heavy and confusing. That's 2019. 2020, we kind of all know what happened. There was a global pandemic. COVID-19 hit. And as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, those pressures mounted really fast. I didn't know what the next day would bring. And I was trying to take care of my staff. I was trying to take care of my young family. I was making decisions every day that I didn't really feel qualified for. This pushed me to the max with my mental health. And I wasn't alone. In the United States, rates of anxiety and depression tripled, and emergency room visits for mental health related issues spiked dramatically, especially among young people. So isolation, uncertainty, and stress. Everyone dealt with that in some capacity during the pandemic. Now, that carried me all the way through 2020 and into 2021. When I finally started, I worked really hard on myself, and I finally started to come out of that kind of fog and that haze. We sort of all were. So late fall 2021, Lisa, I am going to do what I always do and what I'm sure you do. I'm going to go for a run. I live by Tut Hill. It's really close to the bike trail. And so I went out. It was a late fall day, but it was beautiful. Shorts and a t-shirt kind of weather in November. Who knew? And I was running solo, and I was going along, and I saw another runner running solo. And this runner was Mayor Paul Tenhaken. Now, I've known Paul forever. Paul, I knew him before he was mayor, just being in and around downtown with the businesses that my family has, that I'm involved in. I've known Paul. We're not super close, but we're buds. My wife says that we're bros. I think she's confused. But I ran into him, and I rerouted my run. As runners will do, I said, I'm just going to run with Paul. We'll catch up. It'll be great. This is kind of how runners behave. And we both, we talked, how's the wife, how's the kids, how's life? It's been a challenge. And the topic of mental health came up. And Paul was like, Greg, I'm glad that I ran into you today. I think this was meant to happen because I've had this idea about doing something to create a megaphone for the mental health conversation. And what I want to do, it's kind of performative, but I really want to reach the whole state and talk about mental health in a big way. I want to run across the state. Do you know, as the running store guy, do you know if anyone's done that before? And I said, well, there are people that have run across the state, but not at the level that you're talking about. This is something different. And he was talking to an entrepreneur who says yes to a lot of things. And so when he says, is it possible? I said, anything's possible with the right mindset. And what stood out to me is this was a mental health conversation. And as we went along, it became a conversation around suicide prevention. What's interesting about how this sort of came to being was I have been close to farmers and ranchers my whole life, and I know that that's a huge challenge. Here in South Dakota, suicide impacts a lot of our community. In particular, suicide is the second leading cause of death in South Dakota for individuals aged 15 to 24. Our message with the 437 Project is you're not alone. And I was really blessed to be a part of these conversations. When we were cooking up this idea, after that run with Paul, he called a few of us to his office, and we're sitting around the conference room table in his office talking about what would become the 437 Project. And I was blown away that I was in this room. And what was shocking and showed how far we had already come with the mental health conversation is it was a bunch of dudes sitting around the table. And I put that away in my mind. I was like, okay, this is cool, but we're missing a little something. And I'll never forget that meeting, because that was on December 23rd. So the next day was Christmas Eve. And I walked away from that meeting and I texted Paul. I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but we got to get some women involved with this thing. And I am running with 2 gals tomorrow morning that I think you should come and pitch this to. And to his credit, he showed up. Paul Tenhagen showed up on Christmas Eve to run with us. He showed up in the Hy-Vee parking lot. It was me and 2 of my best friends that I run with all the time. And he did his usual mayor shtick where he goes, well, not his mayor shtick, his Paul runner shtick, where he goes, hey, listen, I'm in my 40s. It's fine. Like, you gotta have to slow down for me. I'm more of a Clydesdale than a thoroughbred. He does all of these things every time he goes for a run with anybody. And to the ladies that we ran with, to their credit, they made him work. They pushed the pace the whole time. So Paul's running, and he's huffing and puffing through this thing, and he's trying to explain what we're trying to cook up with this project, with this idea. And at the end of the run, we had Leslie Boches, who was one of the runners on my team that first year. She got done. She was a nurse here in town. She saw what happened during the pandemic. She understood the impact of mental health. And from there, we continued to grow that roster. But that roster consisted of runners here in Sioux Falls. And as the 437 Project came about, we got connected with the Helpline Center. Helpline Center is South Dakota's only accredited suicide crisis center. And we knew, yeah, this is fine for the first year, but we're gonna have to find runners from across the state to help amplify this message. And really the idea is this isn't a performative allyship thing. It really is a way to generate funds and to start this conversation around mental health. And I'm so glad that we had that foresight, because that's how I met you. And Lisa, fantastic. Tell me, how on earth did Lisa Larson join the 437 Project?
I'd love to tell you. Again, I am so thankful that you took the leap and you and Paul went on that run and mastered your little plan together. But I was aware of the 437 Project, but only because it ran through the town of Mitchell, which is where I'm located at. And when it came through, I was not available, but they were looking for volunteers to walk or run with you guys as you came through that very first year. And just so happened to be that one of the gals that was there knew me, and you guys were looking for runners for the next year recruiting. And she's like, well, I have somebody. I know somebody. And 'cause she wasn't going to do it. And Emily Hone is her name, and I thank her for this because she reached out to me, and then Allison Weber, also one of your members, reached out to me, and initially I wasn't 100% sure what it all was about, but I got to learn a little bit more about the 437 Project, and lo and behold, it hit home like you wouldn't believe. Emily knew of my story. I have 15 years of sobriety. However, she does not know that I'm a 15-year suicide attempt survivor. So this hit home, and it was an easy yes. My motivation and my way of getting through the day, and part of my sobriety is my running. I call it my prayer on the run. It's my mojo, it's my endorphins. And so it was an easy yes. They're like, yes, you have to get sponsors. And I'm like, I don't care. This is for something that I firmly believe needs to be discussed and talked about. So I said yes without even hesitation. And let me back up just a little bit with my sobriety. It took me several years to get sober. I struggled with addiction for probably 5 to 6 years of straight 24/7, 365 days of the year, hiding alcohol from my husband and whoever. No one had any idea. I was a functional drunk, meaning I could function and do the things that most people would struggle with, completely intoxicated. Not proud of it, but it's amazing the things I accomplished while under the influence. It's embarrassing, but I'm also very proud that I've come thus far. So during this time, I've had a couple stints where I've stayed at different treatment centers, one being local here, Tallgrass, which is just down the road. And then I also had a couple seizures where I ended up in the ER. So I had a couple of visits there, and it was difficult. Those times were hard, and I used my running all the time as one of my crutches or one of my things to help me get through the hard days. One of my bouts, after I left Tallgrass, I was there for 30 days, I ended up having a relapse. And if you don't know what a relapse is, that was where I began drinking again after I had been sober for those 30 days. During that time, I was dabbling also with drinking rubbing alcohol, hand sanitizer. So as an addict and somebody that has a crutch or something that they're addicted to, you will go to any length. And I never wanted to hurt anybody. And as a recovering alcoholic, and anybody that's in a recovering alcoholic status, you don't wake up in the morning thinking, I want to go drink a gallon of whiskey and I want to drive down the road, or I want to hurt somebody, or you want help. You need help. You just don't know how to get out of it. Even with the best treatment facilities, coming out of Tallgrass, I didn't know how to live without being in a treatment center. I have been drinking for so long that I really didn't know who Lisa Larson was. Was my husband gonna love me? Because I had depended on the booze or the alcohol to get me through the days. It's difficult to recall why I ever started drinking, because I am a perfectionist. I love to do things right. I don't ask for help. So the booze, I think, and the alcohol helped me get through the days I couldn't be perfect. So it helped me when I was thinking I was letting people down, I wasn't good enough. You've talked about that a little bit. Not thinking you were a runner. I still have that. So many times I get told that I look so confident, and I look like I have all this poise and this confidence in me, and I don't. Every single day I have to get up and put myself together and put my big panties on and buck up and focus on what today is about and why I'm still here. So getting back to the treatment and the things that I've witnessed and I've went through, after I talked about I had the relapse, and I felt like I had let people down. And again, I was looking for and reaching out to things that were not even booze. And again, that's only something I ever thought about other people doing, not me. That's not me. That is not me. It's such a stigma when you think about the alcoholism and the things that people resort to. But I had resorted to that. So on a cold day in February, it was my son's birthday. I decided that I no longer wanted to put this let down on other people's lives where I relapsed. So I decided to go to the bathroom and take anxiety medicine that I had, a whole bottle of it. And remind you, I had been drinking or sucking down the alcohol or the rubbing alcohol, the hand sanitizer, hairspray through the entire day. So I grab the bottle and I take it, and I truly wanted to end my life. As great as my life was, which it was, I really, as perfect can be, I had a great life. You know, sons, 3 boys, husband, and at that time I had been married for 10, 15 years, but 3 young men and a beautiful family growing up. But I wanted to end my life. But never in those times did I ever think about what they were going to do if I didn't make it. Those people I was leaving behind, what that would do to them. And people don't think about that. You just, in that moment, you are at the darkest of days, and I really was at my darkest of days. I just wanted to be done. I was tired. And even though I had all the tools, all the support, it still wasn't enough. I still just didn't feel like I was worthy of being here. So I took one of my rosaries and I went down and laid on my treadmill. And there I wanted to die. I had laid on my treadmill, took my rosary, laid there and prayed and prayed and prayed that this was going to be it. My husband found out that what I had done and I said, I just want to die. Please do not save me. And he, of course, the first thing he wanted to do was get me to the ER. And lo and behold, when they got me to the ER, I was not going in. I did not want help, and I didn't want them to pump my stomach because I didn't know. I mean, I had never dabbled really in anything other than alcohol. So I didn't know what medications do to you, how they interact with booze or alcohol and that. So taking the Xanax is what it was, I truly thought I was going to die. So I get to the back door of the ER, and I ran out the door. I ran away. I was not going to get help. There was nobody going to save me. I did not want to be saved. So I ran to my sister's garage, and the cops found me. I didn't get very far. So I ended up in the ER, and then I stayed in the ICU for a good close to 24 hours, where they got me to where I was at a level of at least I could stand. But the realization of the whole thing was that no matter the Xanax and the alcohol was not going to kill me, no matter how much I would have taken it. It does really do a doozy on you, though. My adrenaline, my anxiety was all over the place. I couldn't sit. I couldn't think properly. I was in a total different world. I mean, it was a different world that I'd never been in before. After I sobered up, I was able to, with the support of the fantabulous nurses, found me, and they had a location or a bed ready for me at Avera Behavior Health. Now, remind you, keep that in mind, because that part and that place is very near and dear to my heart. So I spent 8 days there, where I attended different therapy sessions and sought the help that I needed to get through the mental aspect of trying to take my own life and finding my strength to understand why, and maybe not even understand why, but just understand and realize that I am worthy. After those 8 days, it really sunk in that I'm here for a reason. And he's kept me here for a reason. And I can't be quiet, so I have to continue to share. And this goes back to the first day I got out of there. I mean, I'm so stubborn that I made a promise to myself, I will never, ever drink again. I will not touch it, and I am going to be somebody that others can look up to. And I want my kids to look up to. I want my kids to think that, my mom is awesome and can overcome, all these obstacles. At this point in my life, they were very young, 10, 6, and 2. And so they don't remember, even to this day, they're much older now. They don't remember me ever being an alcoholic. They do remember visiting me at Tallgrass, because they did get to come on Sundays and get to eat and do all the things. But they don't remember that part of me, and I'm so thankful they don't. But they also get to see the joy that I bring every day being sober. So now the 437 comes into play. And again, I talked about the whole fact of Emily, when she asked me, only knows my sober story. So nobody knows about the suicide attempt. So this would be 3 years ago. And I came over to Sioux Falls. I mean, this is after I had committed to the 437 Project. They had a showing of a documentary of Emma Benoit is her name, My Ascension. And I decided I was going to come over and watch it with the other team members, the 437 crew, the other 11 runners that I had not met. So talk about a mental challenge, because I'm going to run with these people that I've never even met before, and we're going to be in an RV. You know, that does a damper on your mental status as well, not knowing these people. So after I had watched Emma's fantabulous documentary, I was on my way home, and I was like, man, if she can do this, she's 18 years old, and she's a suicide attempt survivor, and she is talking and telling her story and getting hope out there and getting the message out there. Lisa Larson, why can't you do that? You know, why can't you do that? So instead of just using the 437 as a sobriety platform to get the word out about sober, you know, and finding your recovery and getting through that, I decided I was going to use it as also to talk about being a suicide attempt survivor. So there's where my story started. It got out to the newspaper that I'd be a part of the 437 Project. So in Mitchell, there's a small little newspaper, and they're like, okay, we want to do an interview. And I had also decided that I probably need to tell my boys, huh? And at this time, they're 19 and 21 and 22. So they're in college. All three, well, one's not in college at the time. He was much younger than that. He was still in high school. But they had experienced some death in their life by suicide, and I can remember them coming home. He was a young gentleman named Manny, and he played football at Dakota Wesleyan University, and my son played football as well. And he came home and he's like, I can't believe it happened. What is so bad in somebody's life that they would want to take their own life? And for me to hear them say that, I was like, man, how do I tell my boys that I try to take my own life? So does that mean that they weren't worthy enough? Were they not good enough for me to stick around? So it really, really got me thinking of, I put it off for so long, I didn't want to tell them that because I didn't know how. I didn't have the guts. Probably, again, the stigma. The stigma was there. I didn't want their mom to be that person. You know, you want your kids' lives to be perfect. You want everybody's lives to be perfect. You want them to have the perfect growing up, and, you know, that's what the stigma and that's what the society does these days, is everything has to be this perfect little family life. So I told them, and I pulled them together, and it was a family meal, and I looked at my youngest son, whose name is Jace, and I said to him, I'm like, I've got something to tell you. And I tried to take my own life. And this would be 15 years ago. At that time, I was 13. Now it's 15. And he looked at me, and he's like, Mom, your story is amazing, and I'm so proud of you. You need to tell your story. And it just hits home, because it's like, man, who's the adult here?
Yeah.
Because
Feel that.
Yeah, because I was like, wow, you really handled that so well, you know? And it's all, you automatically think that they're not going to be old enough to handle that situation or that information. And I'm like, well, that's good, because it's coming out in the newspaper in 2 days. It's going to be all over the newspaper that I am a suicide attempt survivor.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm so dang proud of it. I will shout it from the rooftops.
Yeah.
Because so many things have happened. Because I'm still here. And I know he kept me here for a reason. And I'm going to continue to do those things to get my word out, to get the hope out, to make sure that people understand it's okay to not be okay, to ask for the help. Because I didn't want the help either. I mean, I really didn't. But everybody else knew I needed the help, even though I thought I was some good, closet drinker hiding it from everybody. So talking about a little bit more about the 437 Project, getting the experience to run across the state with 11 other people. And if you don't know what the 437 Project and how it actually operates, it is 12 of us taking turns running for 4 days straight across the state of South Dakota, from the Wyoming, somebody else on the team wanted to run backwards, Benson or somebody, wants to run backwards sometime. Not happening. But Wyoming, South Dakota border, all the way to the Iowa, South Dakota border. So technically around that 437 miles. But we do it day and night. So you're talking leapfrog. So we're in RVs, we take our turns, one runner runs, and it's continuous. So it's nonstop. We have stops, community stops here or there. But we are truly running, nonstop with people we don't know. But the whole purpose of it, we can run. You say you're not a runner, but you can run, and you're a great runner. But the hardest part is we're sharing stories of hope, and we're also listening to people's stories of hope. And that's a tough situation and a tough topic to discuss because no one wants to bring up that tough or crucial conversation. And so that's where I guess it really hits home when you stop at all these different spots. People will come up to you and just start talking. And the main thing I think I got out of a lot of it is just listen.
Yeah, that's what floored me from my experience when I ran is people always ask, how hard was the run? And I'm like, the run truly is the easy part. Being prepared for the stories that you will hear. And what you sort of understand as you share your story and you hear these other stories is, and we were talking about this earlier, you have a perception of what this looks like. And it is not at all what it actually is. It's that sneak up on you, it's that creep, like it's always there. And you never know who this is going to challenge and what people are going through. And so to be a good listener is amazing.
Absolutely. And to really put yourself out there. One thing that I really enjoy doing is I love to make people smile. And I love...
You're really good at it.
Well, I don't think I really am, but apparently. But I love to make people feel welcomed. And I love to have them understand and to know they are worthy and they are here for a reason. And every reason makes a difference. And so things that I brought on, and this is just simple stuff and I guess just simple pointers that I like to show because people always feel helpless. And I really do want people to understand those little small things really do make a difference. I like to do the peace sign, so I run around and I have my peace sign. I have my 15-year coins that I carry with me, so every year I have my 15 years of sobriety in this bag. And even though, yes, they are just coins, but they are very good reminders. Again, just a simple thing. I have my little Jesus that I pass out. I left him. I had one in here.
Down here, I see him.
He's on the floor. But I have little Jesus that I pass around. And I love just to place them in different places around that make people smile and give them hope. And it's just a little reminder that there's people here to listen to you. The 988 number, don't forget about that 988 number. You can call it, you can text, you can chat. There's always somebody there for you. The Helpline Center is always there for you. Real quick plug. Some of the great things that have happened with the 437 project, and I've needed to be really aware because I've always had little reminders that we left from Avera Behavior Health. I've ran it 2 years, and both years we have taken off and gathered. That's our takeoff event. Remind you what I said. Remember where I was at, Avera Behavior Health. And we took off there. That is where my journey started. The 437 journey started. So it's like it was just meant to be. It's just something about it. We also end at the Levitt downtown in Sioux Falls on that Sunday. And one of the speakers there happened to be my therapist, Dr. Matt Stanley.
I remember that.
While I was at Avera Behavior Health. So here he is speaking this last year as a speaker. So just all these fantastic things that have happened because of the 437 project and the people I've met. The Live Inspired, Chantel Friedman, getting to know her. And just truly all the different resources there are. So many good resources.
And just the people that this impacted, we could have never dreamed sitting around Mayor Paul's conference table how many people would come into the fold with this project. And we're going to hear from another 437 runner going forward, which is really exciting. Our good friend Don is up next. So Stick around. Make sure you stay with us throughout the day. This is just an incredible deal. I'm so glad we got to be a part of this. Thank you, Lisa.
Yes, and thank you. And don't forget, September 25th to the 29th,
Yes.
2025. Have a great day.
At this time of my life, I didn't know that everything I'm doing is okay. I didn't know what to think about life. I lost my best friend, which was my grandma.
It felt like dullness. She went through cancer 3 times. I lost everything. My dogs moved somewhere else. I felt dull and I had to move. Angry. I lost my home.
High school was never really easy. That one person that should have been there but wasn't was my dad.
The time my mom was in prison, I had no other family. So I had a, I don't know how to really talk about him. Go back with my dad.
The high school life from freshman to 12th grade was a lot of recovering, but also dealing with a lot more than I expected.
I looked at myself in the mirror saying I was too fat. So many teens, too skinny, often hurt themselves because they don't feel like they're heard.
I'm not good enough.
Or they feel like
My body isn't good enough.
I'm worthless, I'm useless.
I had 3 big moments. 1,
I felt like I had a
my
voice.
past is what makes me me.
I had power.
2, my story is not done.
I had the right to say something.
And 3, I have so many people that are cheering me on that I'm not alone.
What I'm doing right now is enough. I can sit back for a minute and breathe. Just let me out of that box. And then let me out of the cage for a second. I started realizing there was little parts of me that were kind of coming back.
Thank you, God.
Thank you, God.
I am all that makes me wonderful.
I am all that makes me
Youth
wonderful.
mental health is being fixed by this one step. I love you.
Love you.
And you
are
enough.
Enough.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We just heard from incredible people, Lisa and Greg, who I had the absolute fortune to get to know in the 437 project this last year. I just told Lisa that every time I hear her speak and hear more about her story, I learn something new, but also it gives me added sense of hope. As you listened to her and you felt her pain, struggle, but also resilience, it just reminds us that hope really does see us through things. I'm here with 2 young ladies who I've gotten to know over this last year. My name is Dawn Marie Johnson. I am the interim executive director of Bridging the Gap, who hosts this amazing conference. The last couple of years, I've been able to have young people come on and really share what's going on in real time. The unfortunate thing about society is that we like to talk about people as if we are living in their shoes. And I thought, you know what, we really need to bring on folks who are experiencing this in real time. So the last 2 years, I've had 2 different sets of young ladies coming in and sharing their real experience as young people living in today's world, challenging the mental health status of what we know to be true, some of the statistics, and talking about with each other, but also in hopes of those of you watching learning a little bit about what is going on right now. So with me, I have Becca and Sandis, and I'm gonna let them give a little bit of an intro of who they are, and we'll just go from there. Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Go ahead, Becca.
All right, I can go. My name is Becca, and I am currently a master's student going for social work at the University of South Dakota. With that, I am interning at an elementary school as a school social worker, and there I focus quite a bit on working with kids who are chronically absent, as well as some behavior intervention. And then on the side, I also work at a youth residential facility as both a teacher's assistant and as a residential youth counselor. So those kids face quite a bit of like behavioral, social, and emotional problems. So I've really enjoyed helping them process those big feelings and learn coping skills. That's kind of an overview of me, yeah. You want to go ahead?
Cool. Yeah, I'm Sandis. I'm a Augie student. I'm studying social work and psychology. I work at a after-school program, an elementary school, specifically with 3rd to 5th graders, and I'm loving every second of it. I've been doing that for a couple months now, and I've learned a lot. They've taught me a lot about their lives and stuff. So it's really, really, really eye-opening experience.
And what I love about this year is that I have 2 social work people. My background is in social work as well. So you guys are at the highest degree of awareness on what's coming out post-pandemic. You guys your studies are completely different from what I studied because the world changed. We've heard from so many all morning talking about how we knew what we knew and then the world shut down. And so I'm really excited to hear from you two because not only are you just bridging out of your teenagehood and going through those things in that period of your life, but now you're in the midst of studying about people and working with young people. So you're seeing things well ahead and you're getting to know some of the challenges quicker than some doctors at this point. So I'm really excited to have a conversation with these two. Again, you're gonna get 2 different lenses, whether it be their own experience, again, bridging out of teenagehood, or what they're now learning. We just heard from so many groups of people, the veterans, the 437, Mayor Paul. Can you guys share with me so far what you've learned, even just today? Lifelong learners you are. What did you learn today?
I think one thing that really stood out to me was when Mayor Paul and Tamian were talking about how technology has really made an impact on this generation now. I feel like I see that in my work on a daily basis with the kids I work with. I see it with my own family members and how we really are very dependent on our phones now. And while technology can be great in so many ways, I think we kind of need to work on setting a boundary with it because there are going to be long-term effects that come with that. So yeah, I think that's kind of what stood out to me today.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me also the segment with Mayor Paul Hankin and Tamian when they talked about how important it is to have an inner circle and just have those people that you can talk to and just those people that you can be vulnerable with. I think that's really important. And like with phone usage these days, I mean, everything you do, everything you see is on phones, which makes it a lot harder to connect with other people.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And we've talked about this just amongst ourselves. Phones have changed, even in your generation. When I was in school, we didn't have a cell phone until my senior year. And even then, it was tucked away. No one really thought of it as a useful thing. If you shot off a quick text, you're like, oh my gosh, I just spent 15 cents on a text.
Yeah.
So it was just not so readily available and in your face. Facebook was new at the time. And so you both shared that you still saw what I consider to be the traditional growing up, going outside, being active, but then you saw a shift. So talk to me about your shift moment where you realized this was going to be a part of your life, or maybe you didn't realize and it was just like happening in front of you. But talk to me a little bit about that period of your life and what that looked like when social media became part of your childhood.
I think for me, like you said, we had a traditional childhood, but at the same time, we were in that generation where phones were on the climb and social media started getting big. And I think I got my first iPod in like middle school. That was mainly for games, but I think high school for me was a really big turning point. Everyone started getting Snapchat and Instagram, and you would see a lot of people posting whatever it may be, and then I would find myself looking at other kids' posts and being like, oh, like, why is my life not like that? You know, like, why do I not have that going on in my home? And I wish I could be like them. I wish I could afford what they're doing. And so I think high school really woke me up to that. And it was hard to navigate high school going through all of that, as well as like just being on your phone all the time, like that source of entertainment. And there was kind of a disconnect with social interaction with my peers. I don't know if you felt a similar way in high school, but Yeah, that was kind of a weird turning point, and I didn't necessarily see it as a problem until I got to college.
Yeah.
Then I realized I'm like kind of frustrated. I'm trying to have conversations with people, and I'm just like getting stonewalled while they're on their phones. So I think every different segment of my life has allowed me to have a different perspective looking at technology. What about you?
Yeah, I can relate, especially with that. Well, in the beginning, I also had an iPod and it was full of games. But I was in like 5th grade, I believe. And then come middle school, I had my first phone, but I never really used it other than like texting with my parents and calling. And then I had Facebook account, but it was on my laptop, so it was like the old school. So they don't have, I don't know. Nobody uses Facebook on laptops anymore, I don't know. And Instagram, Instagram was my turning point for sure, because everybody was sharing what they were doing in their lives. It was very important to post. I think I got Instagram when I was, 14, 15. And so everything that I had to do, I had to share it online so that other people could see what I was doing. And I also saw myself comparing myself with other people. So like my friends would go on vacations or like these, and it wouldn't be like that fancy, it just looked fancy on social media, which I mean, I didn't realize that until I got older. So yeah.
Can I add to that? I also, with Instagram, feel like I was one of those people where if someone posted and they got like so many likes, then if I posted and didn't get that same amount of likes, then I would like delete my post and be like, okay, that wasn't good enough. Like I have to get rid of that. Yeah, because I felt like it didn't live up to the expectations of other people. But then the older I get, the more I realize, well, people post these things and they appear to be happy, but are they really happy? Everyone online kind of has that mask over and you don't necessarily know what's going on in their life. So it's hard to separate that though when you're just someone scrolling by and seeing what they have posted on their feed.
And it's hard to talk to others about what they're seeing might not be true. Like I have an 11-year-old daughter and she doesn't have social media yet, but I know it's coming. So for you two to say that you recognized at some point that maybe people were sharing things that seemed cool, but they weren't really living like that. When was that turning point for you that you started to say, maybe what's getting shared out there isn't real. Maybe I shouldn't be comparing myself to somebody that I may not even know. Half the time we're liking people's things that we don't even know. Was there a point, did it take being in social work to get there? Like, tell me where you kind of felt that shift.
For me, it was sophomore year of college.
Okay, so just like recently. I
mean, I had stopped posting on social media way before that. But I still had followed all these accounts, again, people that I didn't know, and kind of tried to imitate what they were doing, whether it was how they dressed or just different things in their life. And then slowly I had realized that this isn't me, and I should probably do what feels healthy and what feels natural to me. So. Yeah, pretty recent.
I would agree with you. For me, it was definitely in college. I don't know a specific year really, but I kind of just stopped putting myself out there as much because I didn't really care. I was like, it doesn't really matter what other people think, and I don't need to post things to get any sort of fulfillment. But it's hard still, even today sometimes, seeing things and being like, oh, like that would be cool, going to this really cool vacation or whatever it may be. I think it really has been the last year, though, where I've really been able to change my perspective, not only through school, but just in my personal life, like trying to find myself and changing my perspective to allow myself to feel okay with myself and not having to match other people just because that's what they're doing.
Yeah. I want to get into now, so that was your guys' lived experiences. You're still kind of branching out of those realizations. And I'll be honest, even where I'm at in my life, I still feel that draw to want to feel validated by the likes that I get. It's such an addiction to be able to have the scrolling, to be able to have, again, the likes. So you are now both working with little people. You're seeing some of these trends. Talk to me a little bit about how social media, phones are impacting your day-to-day jobs, because this is now your role, is to manage the behaviors that come along with the addictions to social media and technology. Share a little bit about that.
Yeah, for me working with like elementary age kids, I don't think it's so much a social media impact that they're having, more so just the screen time in general of like being on games all the time or watching TV for hours when they get home. Some behaviors we see at our school is where kids will act out if they don't get so much iPad time. You know, like our teachers limit it to, okay, we'll do 20 minutes on this math game and then we'll move on to another activity. But then after those 20 minutes, taking that away, it can escalate into a whole thing. And I feel like when I was a kid, that was never an issue. Sometimes we would do stuff on like computers, like the desktop computers, you know, but it was never like this.
The chunky one.
That
just dates us all.
Big one. So yeah, it's very different now. And that's kind of all kids want to do. Like instead of going outside for recess, they would prefer to be inside and be on their iPads. And I don't know, it's difficult seeing that and them kind of closing themselves off, if that makes sense. What do you feel like you're seeing?
I'm seeing, I mean, we already talked about comparing results, but I'm seeing that. So I work with 3rd, 4th, 5th graders, mainly 5th graders, so they're getting into that middle school age. So I do see a lot of comparing themselves to not just the people on social media, but the people around them. So maybe they'll compare both. I mean, I've seen it where they're comparing people, like they're comparing different students to each other, not necessarily to themselves. So just picking on like, that kid doesn't have this or that kid doesn't have this. Another thing that I have, not really social media, but just the internet and games as well. Specifically this one game where they dress these dolls up.
Is it the Dress to Impress?
Yeah.
Oh, that one is tough.
I've seen a lot of problems. And then they act out like the different moves that they do or stuff like that. And then they start comparing each other and rating each other as to what their outfits are like. So yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of problems.
That reminded me, I've seen some of our 4th and 5th graders acting out different TikTok trends, and some of these involve very inappropriate dances, but the kids don't know that it's inappropriate. Like they're coming up to us and doing these fun dances at recess, and they have no idea what they're doing is wrong. So that's really difficult when I have to be like, all right, you guys should not be doing that. And they're like, well, my mom said it's bad, but I don't know why. And it's scary that they can just go on their phones and have access to everything. And you never know what they'll come across. And I think that's really difficult to navigate.
Yeah, there's such a gateway to games like the Dress to Impress. Or what is it, Dress?
I think something I think it is Dress to Impress. You're right, yeah.
It's like a gateway for other access points to deeper, harmful things. And they don't realize it because it just leads, you know, you're dressing your girl up super cute. And then you're like, well, I thought that was really nice, but I only got a 5. But when I put her in a bikini, and you could see her curves and perfect body, she got a 10. Well, I don't have a perfect body. I don't have what she has. My hair isn't long like hers. You know, all that stuff is now challenging their little minds to think that they have to look that type of way. They need to dress that type of way. I remember my daughter saying how much she needed Lululemon pants. Like it wasn't a, I want them, it was like, I need them. And we had to talk about the difference between wants and needs. And like you said, it seems so simple, like they just aren't registering that it's an inappropriate thing. And another thing that you brought up that made me think of my daughter was how quick she was to be upset about me removing her iPad for a second. And I know she has it on at school, and then she'll have it after school, and it is like an addiction. And so when we're thinking about these little brains hardwiring, they're observing everything, they're picking everything up. We are now learning about the dopamine drips, the addiction of scrolling, and touching on that in your guys' studies. Like, what are you guys being taught about the addiction side of it? And maybe what are some ways that you would encourage people to combat these challenges we're having with young folks? Because you guys are bridging out of it. It sounds like you're teaching yourself some good stuff. So tell me a little bit about how you're making our kids in your work setting and what you're learning, how are you building a more resilient young person? What have you learned?
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure you're engaging with the kids and making things fun, you know, providing that relationship with them, not just telling them, get off the iPad, you know, like, well, let's go do this together. Let's go play this game. Let's play Monopoly together, whatever it may be. Something for me personally, so my school has about like 300 kids, which sounds like a lot, but when you're there for a whole year, it's surprisingly easy to pick up on all their names. Yeah, so every time I see a kiddo in the hallway, I try to greet them by their name. And
That's good.
I think it has helped me build a lot of relationships with kids, but also I have those kids sometimes and they're like, wait, you know my name? Like, how do you know who I am?
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, I do value you and I do want to get to know you better. So just building them up and especially with our older kids, I love to compliment them, be like, girl, I love your shoes. Oh, I like your pants. And they love it.
I know, they get so excited.
So that is just building up their self-esteem because some of these kids, they don't get that at home either. And I think that's really important.
Yeah. Building up those relationships is very, very important. With my 5th grader girls specifically, the other day I got called the cool teacher because they come up and tell me everything, which I was like very, very proud of myself for being the cool teacher.
Should feel proud.
But yeah, building those relationships definitely helps because then they're open. They can talk about things that they might not be able to talk about with somebody in their family. Like they need that outside person, like somebody that they can trust that will maybe not tell her, not like make a big deal out of it, or even if it's not like big things, just not making a big deal out of it, or just giving them words of encouragement, words of support. Yeah, for sure. As for the phone usage and the technology, I pick up on the little things that my kids like to do. So I have a couple of boys that like to go outside and like look for insects and like they have like this whole binder with like different types of insects and like the different types of animals. So during like extended care days, we go out and we stay outside, especially if it's a really nice day. We stay outside for most of the day.
Yeah.
So that helps them get off of the technology. So yeah.
I think you both touched on the modeling of like maybe parent guardian roles in this a little bit, how you're seeing, I know we've talked about outside of this conversation on how kids are picking up what parents are showcasing. So if parents or guardians are on their phones, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to find it okay to be on their phones. And one thing, going back to the whole scope of mental health, is finding really good role models, whether it's the parents, somebody from the outside. Having that is really, really important for a lot of us, especially if they're not getting it at home. And I just want to touch a little bit on if you two have role models, or what sort of things are you doing for your own personal mental health and well-being. So both and role models, your own practices. What does that look like? Because if you don't realize it yet, you're both impressioning a lot of young minds. You're being looked up to, they're seeing what you're doing, they're following your behaviors. You're now the cool person, so you have big influence, right? So how are you two building up yourselves to be that person that you would want a little person to be? Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question because that's like a big reason that I got into social work in the first place, is to kind of be that person that I didn't necessarily have when I was younger. I will say your mentorship for me has just been great this last year, and it's really helped me navigate all the challenges with interning at a school that I've never been at before, and just all the things that come with social work in general, because a lot of my friends aren't social work majors, so it's kind of hard to talk to them about that stuff. So just connecting with you has been great. Connecting with you has also been amazing. Outside of that, though, I've been really trying to break down like my own self-care routine. I've been doing some more goal setting this year, a lot of reading self-help books that have really helped my mind and made me understand that I can only control so much in my life. I can't control other people. I can provide them with resources and what help they need, but at the end of the day, it's up to me to take care of my own feelings and actions. So that's really helped me reframe my mind work there. And then also just getting outside has been a really helpful thing for me. it's amazing that we have some nicer weather coming up these next few weeks, but that's been huge for me. What about you?
As for role models, kind of like what you said, I haven't had that one specific role model. It's just qualities that I like from people that I've seen along the way. I never had that really like one consistent person outside of my family that I've looked up to. But as like I've been in college, I've got to meet new professors. I've gotten to meet you guys specifically. I mean, when I saw you talk multiple times, and I was like, I want to be like her. And then I found out you were a social worker, and I was like, oh my God, this is even better. So yeah, picking up on those qualities, like this is the person that I want to be. And then, as for being a role model, I try to be very aware of what I'm saying or what I'm doing when I'm in front of the kids. Even if I'm like talking to other teachers, they're there, they're listening. So being aware of what I'm saying, whether we're talking about behaviors or just they pick up on everything and they can go and tell other kids about what we're talking about. So just being very aware of what we're saying. Some of the things that I've been doing at my school is, you taught me this, was asking them what their favorite part of their day was.
Yes.
And it lights them up. Even if they had like a bad day, like they always find, even if it's like the smallest thing, like lunch or recess or just stuff like that, it lights them up and we have a better 3 hours of the day. As for myself, I am in the Leaders of Tomorrow program.
Yes, I was hoping we would get to that. Let's talk about that. So if you don't know, Leaders of Tomorrow is a program that is overseen by Bridging the Gap, and we offer it to many walks of life, but one of them is emerging leaders, and that's the one you're in. We also have an educators cohort, a behind the walls cohort, justice impacted, nonprofit, Espanol, you name it. We can probably find a place for you. And I recommend pretty much everybody that comes in my life, I say, this is a place to go to help build yourself up. I feel very smart and I feel like I could help a lot of people. I have my limits, and this is a program that I fully endorse folks to sign up for because I know it'll tackle some limiting beliefs. It'll grow you professionally, personally. So you're in it right now. You're in week five-ish. Okay. Tell us a little bit, or like teach everybody listening about what you've learned so far, some of the aha moments.
You kind of already said limiting beliefs. I have a lot, but I never really processed them, like it's just something like this conference, this isn't something I would have done last year. But through Leaders of Tomorrow, through knowing you guys, like I've known that this could be something, like this is something that I could tackle, and this is something that I can do this. I can do this. I've learned to, what's the word I'm looking for? To tackle those beliefs, to challenge those beliefs. That's what I'm looking for.
You made it through
the better version
30
of
minutes
myself.
of your limiting belief right here.
And be the best version of myself. We've also talked about like the success mindset. So I'm slowly working on my definition of success.
Nice.
I've learned a lot for sure. You should see my notes. They're like, it's a lot.
Would you, either of you, both of you, be willing to share maybe one limiting belief that you're honing in on? Again, you have folks listening, and a lot of what gets talked about here, I've had people for the last 2 years say, so-and-so said this about themselves. I never would have guessed they were experiencing this. I never would have guessed that they were suffering from this. And because they spoke up, I now know that I can get through it. I can work on it too. Would either of you be willing to share one of those tough things? Limiting
I can
beliefs.
go. The one that I'm tackling right now is that it's pretty broad, but I can do the things that I want to do. Like this is one of them. But that's the one that I'm focusing in right now because there's a lot. I've always said no to stuff because in my mind I can't like go up and speak in front of people. I can't. Different things like that.
Yeah, I guess I haven't been through LOT. I would really like to, hopefully soon.
Our conversations each week has a sprinkle of it.
I'm sure it does.
It really does. So you probably are going to go into class one day and be like, I already know this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I guess I haven't really had the time to write out all my limiting beliefs, but I think one that came to my mind is a lot of times I worry too much about what other people think of me, and I'll come in after even a situation, I'll be like, oh, did I say the right thing? And oh my gosh, they're probably thinking about how I did this when I could have done this better. So I think that's something I really want to work on as I'm growing in my career these next few years, because it's normal to make mistakes. And I know that myself, but there's always those days where I'm a little too hard on myself. So just kind of pushing myself out of that zone and being like, no, I can do this, and it's okay to try again next time.
Yeah, and what we're learning, and especially relevant to social work, is that oftentimes those things that we are thinking that we can't do, or something that crosses our mind of who we are, that was instilled by somebody else. That was placed by somebody else having a comment. Me personally, I had a dad growing up that really didn't show up for me in those times that I really needed him to. And he would say a lot of negative things at me as a young person. And that built who I was as a teenage 20s. I would limit myself to what he told me I couldn't do, who I wouldn't be. I even got told to change my last name. You know, it was some rough stuff. And so I would develop those things and doubt myself all the time because I had someone who I looked up to and admired doubting me. And so the last several years, what I'm so excited for you two getting this sort of knowledge growth opportunity is that you can tackle those things now and work through them. And it'll be a lifelong work through for sure. But if I had some of this stuff when I was your guys' age, who knows where I would be right now? I mean, it's really made a difference going through programs, having somebody that you consider a mentor. Those sort of steps, I believe, are going to make for a resilient, hopeful generation. And so I'm very proud of you two for stepping up in this way.
Well, thank you.
And I'm serious, it is, because I know, I get it. I mean, these lights are bright. You don't know the people behind the screens. And we're going to continue to face awkward situations like this, especially in social work, but especially for anybody who has to do work with humans. You're going to come up to challenges that are going to make you face your own junk. And how you face your own junk is going to be tapping into your people, writing your stuff down on what your limiting beliefs are, and then turning around and modeling the better behavior that you wish you had when you were a kid. Same. I wish I had somebody to talk to the way that we're talking right now. And we heard Mayor Paul and Tamian talk about that earlier, having a group of people like-minded to challenge each other in this way. And so I'm really so appreciative that you guys said yes to my crazy antics to show up today. I'm really glad we talked about all these things. I do have to ask, so this is going to be the spicy conversation. You ready?
Yeah.
Should we get rid of phones in school?
I would love to put my take on this.
I would love your take on this.
Okay, so obviously we kind of grew up with phones on the rise. And in my high school, when I was younger, it was fine to have your phones. Like, we always had them at lunch. If you got done with your work early, you were on your phone. And if you would have asked me in high school, like, oh, should we have phones in school? I'd be like, absolutely, yeah, we should have phones in school. But now that I'm past that a few years, I'm working in a school myself, and now I'm the staff member and not the child. I'm like, there is no way I think we should have phones in school. If I was a high school teacher, I'd be pulling my hair out, honestly. I think it's a lot to constantly have that access. It takes away from your learning, I think. I don't know what your views are on that.
I have mixed views. I feel like it's important to have as I don't know, I feel like the world we live in these days, like, you have to have something like of
Some
comfort,
access.
some kind of access, but not having it with during the day, during the school day.
Instructional time, focus time.
Yeah, that I think I'm not with, but having it, I'm not really sure about lunch, but I mean, even during lunch, that's a time to connect with your peers and connect with your people around you instead of just being on your phone, being disconnected. So yeah, maybe not during then either. But definitely before and after school, I feel like it'd be okay. I'd be okay.
I also think now, Chromebooks or whatever laptops schools are using now, that's a way a lot of work is getting done. We're typing our assignments, we're doing Quizlets. I don't know
You're
what they're all
constantly
doing.
connected.
You're constantly on
Yeah.
that computer already. So really, how much connection are these kids getting with each other in the classroom? I think that depends on the teacher really and what their classroom structure is. But like what you said with lunch, I feel like it's kind of a tough area. Like it's like, do they really need their phones at lunch? Yeah, it'd be nice to have. I like checking my messages throughout the day too, but
I found myself reaching for it. I don't have it on me.
Exactly,
You know?
right? And
Yeah.
so, I don't know, it's so important to have that peer interaction in person too, not just over FaceTime.
Yeah.
It's so important to have that. So it's really hard, like where do you draw the line? And so many parents have so many differing views. So how do you really pick one answer? We should or shouldn't have it.
I mean, science tells us if you get a disruptive text or notification, it takes your brain 20 minutes to settle back down. Pending if you're trying to settle back down and not feeding the energy, texting something back. So if you think you get a quick message, you're in math class and you look at it and it's something not ideal, or maybe you get a message you don't like online that you don't love, now you are fighting 20 minutes for sure of trying to get back on track. Then you engage in it. That's extra time that your brain is still unsettled. So even one quick look during the school day gets our students off track right away.
Yeah.
So I was just at a school board conference and boy, did we talk about this heavy. And now that we have science backing up how disruptive this is to the growing mind, to the impressionable mind, we're just finding it harder and harder to justify having that technology within reach during the school day. So I really wanted to hear your guys' take on it. Again, my generation was just removed from having it at your guys' age, so it was interesting to hear you guys still have somewhat of a childhood. I really thought you guys just grew up with your iPads. I don't know. I'm not as old as I think,
and
maybe.
It's weird for me because me and my brother have almost a 6-year age gap. So he did grow up like that.
So
and
you're seeing it.
I'm definitely seeing it. He'll come home from school and he's on his phone for hours.
Wow.
Just sitting there scrolling. And I'm like, I'm here. Do you want to talk about like your day or anything? And it's just like, nope, just scrolling. And on the weekends, he'll wake up way late because that's what teenage boys do. And then he'll come downstairs and he's scrolling on his phone for hours. And I'm just like, there's more to life than that. But it's so easy to get sucked into it, you know?
It's incredibly easy. I mean, it's, again, as adults, for me, I'm still struggling with it. I have a time limit on my phone.
I should
Have
do
you
that.
guys dabbled
I have
with-
it, but I press the ignore.
You press the ignore because that's an easy thing to do.
It is easy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So that's really what we're up against as far as working with young people, seeing it in our work, seeing it in our classes. You guys are so close to graduating. You'll have your bachelor's, right? And you're going into master's?
I'm going to master's, but I'm graduating next year, not this year.
Okay, and you graduate in May.
Yep, next month.
That's so exciting.
Yes.
And you're applying for jobs, getting ready for those
Yeah,
things.
I've got a position secured actually, also out of school. So I'll keep working with that elementary population.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for that.
It is so awesome that you guys are involved with young people. We couldn't have enough social workers doing jobs out in the world. I really firmly believe that our profession could change lives in such a positive way. We do have an awesome segment coming up after us, and you guys both know who it is, Miss Sarah.
My amazing professor.
Yeah, could you tell us like a little bit of how you know Sarah? Because we'll get people excited to stay tuned in.
Well, I mean, through school.
Yep.
I did see her speak at last year's social work conference, and I was amazed by her segment. And then she ended up interviewing at Augie, and it's been great ever since. We've all of us social work students have loved her as a professor. So.
Oh, she's probably back there tearing up.
Oh.
I guarantee it. I got to meet Sarah working at an alternative school, and we both have talked about this, but that was the school where everybody said, well, those are the bad kids. Just writing people off left and right. That's where you send the bad kids. You know, don't work with them. They're not going to amount to anything. And her and I stand strong in uplifting those voiceless folks. And when you listen to her speak and the passion behind it, like she is all about uplifting the voiceless. And she has an awesome methodology, her Worthy We work, working with folks at Augustana. You're in for a real treat with Sarah. But I have to thank both Becca and Sandus for being here with me today. Obviously couldn't have done it without them. And every single year that I get to do this, it just seems like the conversations get deeper and deeper. And I learned so much. I learned a lot from you both today. I can't thank you enough for the work that you're taking on. It's a lot, but
It is, yeah.
You're building yourselves up to be really strong and resilient. And you know you can always call me. But again, thank you all for joining us for another year talking to young folks. Please engage with this beyond this conversation. There's more work to do, and we look forward to hearing from Sarah after this.
in general, kids today really struggle with those self-regulation skills, and they're always struggling with like anxiety and attention spans.
I'm Emma Christensen, and I'm a high school science teacher at Axtell Park.
I'm Elise Clarenbeek, and I'm a high school social studies and special education teacher at Axtell Park. We've been working with the community resiliency model with Sarah Vining as a staff in our building.
Community resiliency model teaches you what it's like to be in a low zone versus the high zone, and some different feelings and emotions that you can have. When you're in your resiliency zone, it's kind of like teaching somebody how to feel not in your high zone or your low zone. And I think just understanding the difference between a low zone and a high zone, those feelings, is really important just to addressing trauma.
A lot of our kids hate doing, or not hate, they just struggle with mindful moments and quiet and meditation and that kind of stuff. And so I think something that's really important to us is showing them the benefit of it and not just doing it to do it. And I think CRIM can really help teach those different ways to self-regulate.
We just are trying to provide our students with one time in the day where they can feel a sense of calmness and hopefully comfort while they're at school. There's just a huge deficit in self-regulating skills at any age group, and I think that having a skill to self-regulate is probably the most important thing that you can teach a child.
Hi, everybody. We're so glad to be here today talking about the community resiliency model and just larger mental health strategies with you today. First, we'll do some introductions. So I'm Sarah Vining, and I am a social worker by trade. I've been a social worker in Sioux Falls for about 12 years now, and I also teach the community resiliency model through my organization called Worthy We. And I'm so excited today to have a longtime friend of mine with me today, Gary Kashali, and I'll let Gary introduce himself a little bit.
My name is Gary Kashali. I'm a licensed professional counselor here in South Dakota, and I've been practicing for about 12 to 14 years now. I've known Sarah since high school, so it's always fun to be able to continue to grow together, not only personally, but also professionally.
So be nice to everyone that you know, because you never know when you're going to work with them later in life. But today we really wanted to talk about what does it mean to have shared humanity, and what does that look like across age groups, across the diversity spectrum. And I think this model of the community resiliency model really helps underscore what our common humanity is and how we all undergo stress, trauma, different things that we've experienced, but there's hope that there's something we can do about it, both individually and collectively with this model.
Absolutely.
Here's a little bit more about us. We're gonna skip this slide, but you can find us on social media and through Wellspring Therapy Center, where Gary's at as well. Okay, so I'm just gonna jump in a little bit and start talking about what is this community resiliency model and how has it helped me personally, and share stories, because that's part of what I found in this work is we want to know our own personal experience. How does this help shape who we are and what we do? So when we think about the community resiliency model, this really is the foundation around this language of understanding our human experience. So when we think about the resiliency zone, so I got to back up a second. I was listening earlier today when Tamian and the mayor were talking about these different zones. And the mayor talked about, for his own experience, how he can find times when he's in what he called the green zone, where he does his best work. He functions really well. I think for him, it was really early in the morning. Kudos to him. For me, it's not that early in the morning. But when I heard that, to me, that related to this resiliency zone. So sometimes we might call this the okay zone, the go with the flow zone. It doesn't mean that we're happy all the time. We can still be angry, sad, upset, but we're still able to function. I can do what I need to do. I can do what I need to do for myself. I can get my kids going for school. I can relate well with my coworkers or the students that I'm working with. We both have dogs, so maybe it's we can get our dogs where they need to go in the morning, right? But then we all have these moments where we notice a lightning bolt.
So another way you can think about this is a trigger or a traumatic or stressful event that might knock us out of that resiliency zone. And again, normal, common human reaction that we experience as human beings. And then what we might notice is that we get knocked out maybe into that high zone. So this is where everything is escalated, right? We're stressed, maybe we experience anxiety, panic. For me, this is where my racing thoughts start happening. I can't turn my brain off, or angry outbursts or pain. A lot of times I feel like for me, I can maybe keep it together in my resiliency zone at work, but then I get home and maybe this high zone is coming out at my spouse, at my kids. And so how do I recognize that? By noticing what's going on in my own body, right? And then being able to have some tools that we'll talk about at the end to get back into that resiliency zone. And then on the flip side, we might notice that lightning bolt happens, and instead of going into the high zone, we go into this low zone. And this is common too, where maybe we're just checked out, isolated, we don't want to talk to anybody, we're feeling that sense of depression or fatigue. For me, I get really cold. So this is when everybody else in my house is fine and I'm under a blanket and I'm not wanting to respond to text messages or emails. I just want to be left alone and I'm going to bed at like 7 o'clock, right? That's when I know I'm in my low zone. Again, this is okay, but I want to remember that I don't want to live for long periods of time in the high zone or the low zone. So really quickly, I just wanted to share a story about when I was noticing this recently in my life, and then I'm going to turn it over to Gary and see if he wants to talk about an example where he's noticed this. And then he's going to take us into some brain stuff, which I really appreciate because that makes me feel like, oh, this is what's going on biologically inside of my body. I'm not going crazy, right? And I appreciate that. So when I think about an example of this resiliency zone or high and low zone for me, I think about, I don't have to think too far. So last night, I'm putting my kids to bed. I have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. Bedtimes are not my favorite time of the day. I'll just tell you that right now. And so we're getting to bed. We're trying to get them. They have bunk beds. So I'm in the bottom bunk with my daughter, trying to get her settled. And my son is just restless. He's moving around. He wants a snack. He needs all the things, right? Even though he's had about 5 snacks already. And so I could feel myself. It wasn't necessarily this huge direct lightning bolt moment, but I could feel myself getting into that high zone, right? And so I literally am telling my brain, okay, Sarah, you're gonna count to 100 or however long it's gonna take. I'm gonna notice myself and my body just laying in this bed, and my patience just has to outlast my 7-year-old, right? Which is a challenge sometimes. But it helped me reframe that of like, okay, I can notice myself, and if I get mad, that's not gonna help him get to sleep any faster. And so I was able to stay in that resiliency zone so that we could have a successful bedtime. The other thing that I kept telling myself was he's gonna fall asleep eventually, right? And so this is real life. This happens all the time. And another thing I appreciate about this model is that we can use this for ourselves throughout the day, this language, but we can also use it with our family members. So my spouse, my kids, my coworkers, we can have this shared language that can decrease the shame around how we're feeling and what we're going through. And so maybe I'm with Gary and I'm just like, you know what, Gary, I'm in my high zone right now. Yes. And then maybe he can help resource me and get me back to my resiliency zone. So I'm just wondering for you, Gary, is there a story that you're willing to share for us and all of our friends out there around one of these zones?
I have plenty of stories that I would like to share. I always have to make sure I find the appropriate ones, though. But similar to Sarah, I had actually an event that happened not too long ago where that caused me to also find myself in the high zone, where my wife basically was let me backtrack. I had a really early morning. I didn't have the best night of sleep. And I tend to be a bit of a workaholic type individual where I'm constantly moving. And so unfortunately, I found myself not eating. Now, as the day went on, I finally got a chance to go home with only one meal that day. And my wife ends up highlighting to me like, hey, remember I told you family's coming into town? And I erupted. And that was an example of me not having taken care of myself and all of a sudden finding myself at a very high zone with a very marginal variable that was changed in my life. And that happens so often. So one thing that Sarah even had mentioned before, can't stress this enough. This happens to every one of us. You're not crazy. I actually hate that term because it's very dismissive. It basically is someone saying, I can't understand you, so you must be crazy. I'm not going to take time to think about it or figure it out. And if we use that same language on ourselves, it means we're not taking time to be self-reflective and also assess what is actually going on inside us. So no, you're not crazy. And two, it happens to all of us. And what I wanted to do is be able to take a bit of a deeper dive to kind of help us understand both on a practical level what the resiliency zone looks like and also what's going on inside your head to help you know when you're maneuvering away from that. What you probably are seeing right now is a model of the brain, particularly a portion of the brain called the amygdala. It's a tiny little walnut-shaped piece inside your brain, and it controls a great deal of the behaviors that you find yourself having. If you guys forget anything I tell you today, which don't worry if you do, I want you to just remember the nickname we gave it, okay? It's called the watchdog of our brain. Basically what this thing is it alerts us for any time something bad is about to happen, okay? So I want you to think of it this way, kind of like as you don't just move immediately to the high zone or the low zone, you gradually build. So when the dog is barking, it means, oh, things are starting to stress me out. When the dog is attacking, you've hit that zone. And when that kicks in, you'll inevitably kick off the 4 fear responses. What are those 4 fear responses, you're probably wondering? We got fight, flight, freeze, and friend. Now, for the longest time, we only thought it was fight or flight, which were pretty basic. Fight is if I'm engaging with someone and it becomes physical, we are just defending ourselves. If it's flight, one of the best examples I can always give people about flight is I want you to think of Kevin Hart. He's one of my favorite comedians, and he has a story where he describes that him and his daughter were going to the zoo, and they were walking around seeing all the animals, the lions, the tigers, the bears, and then he said, hey, I get to finally see my favorite animals, monkeys. And so he brings the baby to the monkey exhibit. He's like, we saw orangutans, we saw chimpanzees, we saw everything. And he said, baby, we need to see the silverback gorilla. It has silver on its back, that's why it's called silverback. Yeah. And so they get there, and all of a sudden they are looking at this majestic creature next to a wall, next to a window. And the gorilla starts walking closer and closer and closer. He's like, baby, look, it's a beautiful gorilla. And all of a sudden, it just hits the wall. He says, I have no idea what happened next. All I know is the security camera said I just threw my baby over my back and I just started running. That's an example of flight, where your body just completely ignores everything, and you just got to get out the room. The next one is freeze. Now, people might be very confused. Isn't freeze the same as flight? No. Freeze is very much tied to your body stops moving. And there's actually some very interesting historical concepts that are tied to it. And I figured it out with my dog. I have a German Shepherd. We both have dogs. And my Shepherd likes to just stand on top above me and just pant and have his tongue wagging. And I've noticed something. When he just looks straight and he doesn't see down, he can't see me. So for years, human beings have actually had to hold the freeze form whenever we were being hunted or something, because certain animals cannot see any movement if you're not moving at all. And friend, sadly, to be able to give the best example, it has to be a very dark concept, which is I just want you to think of a family member in harm's way and someone holding him hostage or something, you giving in to everything so that way that person or that thing is no longer a threat. And so when all those responses kick in, there are a couple things that I want people to be able to know about it. Is one, there'll be some physical responses you will find yourself having. And some of those physical responses include your heart rate is going to raise. Another one includes you're going to have headaches. Stomach aches will happen. A lot of my clients who struggle with anxiety, depression, as well as severe PTSD symptoms talk about having a ton of GI issues. Some people might have tears and cry. Some people might have muscle tension that really affects how they move. Another interesting one is blood will move from different parts of your extremities to certain other organs to be able to help you fight, run away, freeze, or give in. And so one kind of interesting note is it moves away from your stomach to your legs, everything, which again will cause some of those GI issues. And those are just a couple to explain.
I want to jump in for 1 second.
Please, yeah,
because what I love about this is that those responses, those survival responses, are trying to keep us alive. So I feel like sometimes we view those really negatively, like, oh my gosh, why am I doing this? Why is my body doing this? It's our body trying to literally keep us alive, that survival response, but sometimes we get stuck there, right? Or maybe it gets over-exaggerated depending on that perception of what's going on around us. So I want to be able to have some ways, some tools for my body to come out of that if I'm getting stuck in that. So again, just a reminder, that is again our shared humanity, that common humanity around this, our nervous system working, and I can do something about this when I need to.
Absolutely.
Which leads Gary into his next slide. Here we go.
The next slide is a couple of things that you guys can actually do to be able to kind of reduce that dog from barking inside. There are 4 concepts that I always encourage all my clients to be able to check in on, because if any one of these 4 are dysregulated in your body, then it's going to affect your anxiety as well as your body constantly thinking that it's in danger mode. I really liked what you said about this is normal. This is actually your body keeping you safe. And a piece of advice that I always want to let people know is your body will always be better at protecting you than you will ever be at protecting yourself. So just know when it's reacting, it's just saying something's off. And so there's 4 things I always want you guys to keep in mind of. First is sleep. And guys, I promise, I tell people this, I sometimes struggle with this myself because again, work too much and sometimes just stay up too late. Get 7 to 8 hours of sleep. If you are not doing that, your body is not recovering, endorphins are not being regulated, your hormones are being affected. Sleep is incredibly important. And next is diet. Now, this doesn't mean I want you to stop eating. Actually, quite the opposite. Taking care of yourself in terms of a good, healthy, balanced diet is incredibly important because your body can't exactly process complex carbohydrates. So, bad news, I know. Limit the Burger Kings, the fast foods, all those things, the pops, all that. In fact, some of my younger students, my younger patients, I mean, one of the first things I check when I have them in my office for ADHD or anything like that is what's their diet. When their parents tell me, oh, they have a Monster Energy drink every morning and then pop, I'm like, let's fix that one first and we'll see if attention will be affected. The next one, the third one, is exercise. It doesn't have to be incredibly high intensity, cross fitness or anything like that. But it can be something that's pretty moderate. So walking on a treadmill, maybe a run, or even like something a little high intensity, lifting weights, which is really, really good for bones, especially as you get older and to avoid osteoporosis and things like that. And the last one, which is exactly what I'm doing right now, is you spend time with friends, okay? A lot of people really dismiss that, but time spent with the people we love, the ones that we don't have to take care of, feel responsible of, but we get to actually be human with, is a very healing process inside us. And to leave you guys with something, all we have to do is remember the lessons we should have learned from COVID. When COVID was happening, right, we all were separated, all were apart, and we all could feel that if something was going wrong, that I actually remember this commercial that really kind of blew my mind a little bit, where there was this beautiful old woman who was kind of on one end of a building, and then there's another kid on this side, and you could tell that they just wanted to communicate with each other. So the kid, gets a tin can, puts a string on it, throws it to the other lady, and they start communicating, and it's a very beautiful and emotional moment, with even captions coming up saying, hey, one day we're going to be back with each other. One day we're going to be connected again. Until then, buy a Subaru. And I was like, what? So confused.
Those Subaru commercials, they'll get you.
I mean, did I buy 2 of them? I kind of did. But all that to say, even then we realized there was something missing with us being apart. So guys, spending time with loved ones is another way for us to be able to regulate ourselves inside, because because we as human beings, we're always meant to be connected creatures. So I left in the link I linked up a couple resources that I want you guys to look into. One of them is going to go a little bit more in depth about the brain and what we talked about, because there's some psychological concepts to be aware of. The next one is to remind you guys that for a lot of people, some of the reasons why there is emotional dysregulation, even if you do all 4 check-ins, might be tied to trauma. For a lot of people, we really don't have a good idea of how trauma is best explained or how we to understand it better. So that last video, I always encourage people, if you are able to agree with 2 of the 7 concepts presented, it doesn't hurt to come find someone like me or Sarah to talk about it, and we can maybe do our best to be able to help you actually regulate your brain in a completely different way.
And those will get linked eventually. We know our great team is going to get those linked out. So I just wanted to tie this back for 1 second. So when we go back to this idea of that resiliency zone, those 4 concepts that Gary mentioned, what I think is so helpful to remember about this model is that it's not only about getting back to our resiliency zone when we're in the high or the low zone, but it's also how do we practice it and have that intentionality to widen our resiliency zone.
Absolutely.
So what are those things that we're building into our day that we can do to really grow that resiliency zone? And what I've noticed for my own life is there are times when maybe I'm doing pretty good, I'm getting enough sleep, my kids are healthy, my husband isn't traveling, right? And I notice, okay, my resiliency zone is a little bit wider right now. I can handle more of those stressors that are coming my way. And then there are other times where it's the opposite, where I'm running on empty and I'm thinking, one more thing. If one more thing happens, I am gonna lose it, right? And so that's when I can notice, okay, I got to take a break and I got to do some of these skills that we're going to talk about here in just a second. But I just had this moment. So this was a few days ago where I was, I think I was checking emails and I was grading papers and I could feel myself like slowly but surely like getting slower and slower and like my problem solving is going out the window. And so even though I really wanted to get that task done because I love checking things off my list, right? But I had to stop and say, okay, I need to go for a walk. I need to do something different. And sometimes that's enough to just take a little break, go for a walk. Other times we need larger interventions, but I think it's pretty amazing what those small things that we do can increase that well-being and that resiliency zone. So now I want to jump in back over here. Okay, so when we think about skills, one of the reasons why I love this model and why I wanted to become a trained teacher in it is because it didn't just talk about mental health or well-being, but it also said, hey, what do we do about this? What skills can we have that we can have in our pocket, no matter where we are, whether we're at work, at home, we could be driving down the road and have some road rage, heaven forbid, or at the grocery store, right? How do we incorporate some of these skills? So when we think about the community resiliency model as a whole, there are 6 skills that are a part of this. We're gonna just hit on a couple of them today and give some tips around how we could use those skills.
Absolutely.
So tracking is the first skill. We're not going to go into that a lot, but when we think about tracking, that's us noticing what's going on in our bodies, specifically around what are our sensations. And that was a weird word for me when I first learned it, but when we think about sensations, it's really noticing, is my body feeling hot or cold? Do I have an itch? What those stomach issues that you talked about, like butterflies, are my muscles tight? And that can really clue us into, okay, am I in the high zone or the low zone based on what my body is telling me?
And if I can jump in just for one quick second, yes, the physical symptoms I gave you are just examples. Everyone has some different ones. For me particularly, Sarah mentioned that she gets colder. For me, I actually get hotter. My chest starts to tighten and my back starts to warm up. That's how I know, something is off. So if you find yourself getting like heart palpitations, if you find yourself sweating, tears, any of these actions, it's not that something's off. I mean, something is off, but it's not that something's wrong with you. It's your body just simply cluing you in. Think of it like a fire alarm. It's starting to fire off.
Yeah, I love that. So when I first learned about tracking, I literally had to think about when in my day am I going to practice this?
Exactly.
Because this was, I think it's ingrained in us that we need to be productive all the time. We need to be running 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time.
And it's also, and I think for especially, this is more of a gender thing. For men, we're also taught to ignore it, right? So any single time we've ever had anything like wrong with our bodies, what are we taught, guys?
Push
Suck it
through.
up. That's true, yeah. Don't be a man. And no, that's not, there's no, it's not bad to be able to be aware of what's going on. If I even can give a small story, I worked with someone a long time ago, an elderly man who came into my office because he said, my wife brought me in. And so we're talking a little bit, and I asked him, hey, what do you do to calm yourself down? And he highlighted, well, every night, I have to have my little cup of whiskey. It's always ideal. And I said, hey, what happens when you don't have the whiskey? He's like, oh, Gary, it's weird. Ever since I was 16, I would just get these, my stomach would hurt and everything, and I'm shaking. And I'm like, buddy, I think that's anxiety. And he was like, that's it? So it's important for us to realize that some of the things we've been told to keep quiet has been basically us desensitizing our body's ability to talk to us. So be mindful of it, guys. There's nothing wrong with you, okay? And we don't want you to learn bad habits to be able to quiet that sensation you feel inside.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was really kind of the first step of, I got to learn how to listen to my body. And when do I do that? So I started doing it when I was warming food up in the microwave.
There you go.
Instead of taking it out those 6 seconds early, I would let it go all the way down and just notice my body. Or I'm making some toast, or I'm driving to work, right? Those are opportunities so I can track my body. The second skill that you already talked about, we just didn't name it, is called resourcing.
Very good.
So resourcing was that spending time with your loved ones, doing things that bring you joy, peace, or calm. And again, this sounds so simple, and that's the point.
Yes.
Because when you're in the high zone or the low zone, you can't think about what to do. But if you can think, I need to resource right now. I'm going to check in with a friend, or I'm going to hang out with my dog, if your dog is a resource for you. Sometimes. Maybe it's, again, going for that walk, or reading a book, listening to music, all of those things. And again, what might work for me might not work for Gary, but we're listening to our bodies. So we know when it's working and when it's not working.
And to even piggyback off just one quick thing, she's 100% right about what works for one person doesn't have to work for another. So case in point, I'm a boxer as well as a jiu-jitsu practitioner. So every Friday, me and my crazy friends like to punch each other in the face and choke each other out, which I don't think Sarah would appreciate or it would make her feel relaxed, but it does for me. Whereas for her, there are certain concepts that for me, I would just be like, this is just actually causing anxiety because I'm not good at it or present in it. So whatever works for you, as long as it's tied to helping your body recover, as long as it's tied to edifying your body in some way. So we're talking about physically healing, emotionally healing, as well as spiritually healing. You're on the right track. But if it's something that just makes you feel good, but might have some deteriorating effects to your body, so we're talking about, illegal substances, harm of yourself, harm of others, now we're going in a really bad direction, if that's making sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we think about resourcing, again, it can be really simple, but it can also be really powerful when we think about that. Another resourcing tool, before we get into our next skill, that I really love that's so simple, and actually Gary and I were practicing this skill before we came in here, because fun fact, it's a little nerve-wracking to do this. And so in order to regulate ourselves, you can look at pictures on your phone of things that are resourcing for you. And so I was like, hey, you haven't seen my kids in a while. Let me show you pictures of them, right? And I didn't say this out loud to Gary at the time, but I was like, I need this, right? I need this to ground me, to center me, bring me down a little bit so I'm ready to do this. And I could see pictures of his dogs and his wife, right? So you can maybe put an album on your phone of pictures that are just resourcing for you. I remember I was doing a workshop one time. This was for a middle school. I was doing it with their staff. And so we do this exercise after the resourcing part where I invite them to pull up their phone, their camera roll, find a picture that's a resource for them, and then show it to their neighbor and talk about it, right? And then you notice those pleasant sensations that come into your body. So I'm doing this, and the principal comes up to me, and she says, Sarah, you will never believe it. I found a picture on my phone that I didn't know was there of a student that had taken a selfie of herself when she was getting in trouble in her office. And it was so funny, but it was more of a lightning bolt, to be honest, than a resourcing moment. And so from then on, that's why I encourage people to make an album so you don't unintentionally see pictures that maybe are not so resourcing for you in the moment. Okay, so now I want to jump into the next skill of grounding. And I'm curious, Gary, to hear if you use this particular skill for yourself or with clients in session.
Absolutely.
So I'll explain it, and then we can talk about how you have used it or see it as being helpful.
Yeah.
So when we think about the community resiliency model with grounding in particular, the definition for CRIM, so that's the acronym for the community resiliency model, grounding is the direct contact of our body or any part of our body with something that's supporting us in the present. So it's really about how do I get my brain to stop worrying about the past, stop being anxious about the future, and just, I like to say, I'm bringing my brain and my body into the room in the present moment, right? And so when I think about grounding, you can do this in a variety of ways. I do this in a variety of ways. We can do this by, if we're driving down the road, you can ground by noticing your hands on the steering wheel and maybe noticing the temperature of that. I also maybe was doing that on the way here today. You can ground with your full body. If you're laying down, you can even lay down on the floor, right? Again, we did a training one time. This was again with a school district, high schoolers, high school staff. And it was a couple weeks after the training, and one of the school counselors, it was getting close to finals week, end of the year, crazy time, right? Yeah. And he said, I'm shutting my door for 5 minutes, and I'm gonna go ground and lay on the floor. How awesome that he could recognize that and that he could communicate that to his coworkers so that they knew what was going on as well. Other ways you can ground in a body of water. So maybe you're taking a bath, a shower, you're in the ocean. If you get to leave South Dakota and go on a fun vacation, or a lake, right? All of these different ways that we can ground. Or it could be as simple as, right now, I can notice my feet in my shoes or my feet pressed against the floor as a way that I can, again, stop worrying about what happened before I got here or what I have coming next and just focusing on right here, right now, and I'm okay. I'm safe. So I'm wondering if you use grounding at all, or if you walk your patients through grounding.
Absolutely. Especially with some of my patients that I work with who are severely traumatized individuals, there's actually something I've noticed is sometimes it's hard for them to be able to get out of their heads and be able to ground in a particular place and notice it. And guess what? That also happens to me at times. When I'm overwhelmed, I can't ground as well. So I've learned a new trick, which is I elevate you to a high level. And then you'll start wanting to actually ground yourself automatically. Your body will do this automatically. So one thing I have done in my office with my clients is I have these focus mitts for boxing. So I have you do boxing, boop, 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 boop. We do it for 30 seconds, where as hard as you can. And all of a sudden I notice something. Guess what the body wants to do after you've made it go over, like exerted itself? Now you're breathing on your own. I just tell them, okay, now focus on your breathing. And guess what? Your body wants to do it. And we'll do it again. And after about 3 to 4 of this, my clients all of a sudden say, what were we talking about again? Now we've taken ourselves out. That's one of the reasons why I really value working out, like in boxing, for example, when I've had a long day and I'm thinking about the things I have to do either when I get home or the things I have to do with a patient, things like that. I can't really think about that when a giant gorilla is about to like punch me in the mouth, right? So I have to be focused and present, and in just a moment of separation from what I was worrying about to be in the activity that I'm doing is enough to be able to just give you a bit of a reprieve. So remember, when it comes to grounding techniques, it has to be something that takes your attention. And so if that is helpful, if you guys ever need any tips, please always contact us. We can always help you with that. But that's how I've used grounding for myself as well for my patients.
Yeah, and I feel like grounding for me has taken practice.
Yes.
I still would not say I'm like a super expert at grounding or meditation or those kinds of things, because I talked about my brain, right? And my brain likes to think, be on. And so I've had to practice this.
Yes.
And again, if this is something that works for you, great. If it's not, that's why we have 6 skills that you get to choose from in this community resiliency model. So it's always an option. And in just a little bit, I'll talk about an app that actually will read you a grounding script that's free that we'll talk about as well. I also just wanted to say one last thing about grounding. When I think about grounding, it can be those longer periods of time where you're really trying to sink in and practice this skill. So I think about for myself, I like to do yoga.
Very good one.
Not boxing, but I
I've
do
implemented yoga
appreciate
as
some
well.
yoga, right? Okay. And when I think about that, my favorite part about yoga is the last about 5 minutes is savasana, where you just get to lay there and ground. And so that to me is a longer period where I get to do some grounding, but I can also ground really quickly. Again, it could be on the steering wheel. It could also be if I'm in a meeting that is stressful or it's going south, maybe I'm just noticing my hands pressed against the desk.
Very good.
And I'm noticing the temperature or even like pushing up against the desk. And I love this because it's sneaky. Nobody has to know what I'm doing, but it's a way that I can regulate myself so that I can stay present, listening to the conversation. How can I connect? How can I problem solve?
Very good.
So those are some fun grounding tips. And then I just want to share a few more ideas when we think about, again, what can we do when we're in our high zone or our low zone? And sometimes we have to try multiple things, right?
There's
And
a lot.
so I might be trying one thing and it's not working. And so then I try something else, or maybe I'm phoning a friend and seeing if they have some ideas for me.
Good.
So the 4th skill of the community resiliency model is called Help Now. These are strategies that I like to call my panic strategies. Okay, so when I don't know what I'm doing and I am so far in the high zone or so far in the low zone that I just don't know what to do, or my kids are screaming their head off, something just happened, or they're about to take each other out, right? These are my go-tos before I do anything else.
Good.
So when I think about some of my favorite Help Now strategies, so you'll see the picture of just a glass of water. That to me is, again, so beautifully simple, but I use it all the time. So if I'm feeling stressed out, and I literally don't go anywhere without my water bottle. I know you all can't see it, but it's right here on the floor. So when we think about that, it's not only like taking a drink of water because water is healthy for our body, but it can also be taking that extra moment to really notice. Is this water, what's the temperature? Is it cool? Is it cold? Maybe it's coffee. Maybe it's tea, whatever it is. If it's coffee or tea, maybe noticing that aroma or the heat or the weight of the water bottle or the cup and then noticing as it gets down into our belly. And that's giving us, again, the opportunity to pause and get back into our resiliency zone. When I think about this with my kids, this is a go-to with my kids, so much so that my 5-year-old has started to say, "No, Mommy, I do not want to drink of water. Stop following me around with my water bottle." But it can be really helpful when we think about just quick things. So other things are maybe looking around the room, noticing colors that we see, sounds, that's a big one for me if I'm going for a walk. Are there any like quick little things that you like to do or suggest?
When it comes to quick little things, I like what you've already mentioned. Sounds are key. I love listening to music. That's very helpful for me to be able to adjust my emotional reactions. Touch is also really important. So you mentioned that before, but sometimes I like feeling certain textures that are different from what I normally have. And also, guys, sometimes a feeling around your body. One thing I've always really enjoyed has been getting like a weighted blanket or someone just coming in and giving you a tight hug. My wife loves giving tight hugs because she's different like that. And so those are really good things that can be almost instantaneous. And I've also encouraged my clients to kind of do that, both with younger individuals as well as adults. So any one of these tactics can be very much like on the go. I need this right now, and it'll help calm you down.
Yeah, I love that. And that, again, that sensation of being held, supported is another way we can think about grounding,
Exactly.
too. That's something you can do with your pet also.
Yes.
If you have your dog or your cat or whatever it is sitting on your lap, or I have a big weighted, it's a stuffed animal, but I call him Bruce. That's what my son named him. It's this big dog that's weighted. That can be really helpful when we think about that. Okay, the final thing that I wanted to leave you with when we think about how we can use this model. So if these skills are interesting to you, there is a free app. It's called iChill. So the letter I and then chill. And that's going to walk you through a lot of these skills. And again, just a reminder of how do we get back into our resiliency zone and then keep practicing these skills to widen that resiliency zone. So I want to give a huge shout out to Gary. Thank you so much for being with me today. Thank you to the group for letting us come on.
Yes, thank you,
and
guys.
stay tuned for who we have up next. Thank you so much.
I find solace in the rhythm of routine. I use running as a vehicle to help me to be the best version of myself. Positive mindset is very important to mental health because it is how sometimes we perceive things. I find solace in the rhythm of routine, the freedom of running. A positive mind always looks to thrive, and thriving means you have to set up goals. The freedom of running, uplifting my mood. Fear kind of holds people back. The fear of even getting started gets into a lot of people. Comparison is a thief, steals away joy. It's about walk your own journey, run your own pace, and start somewhere because everybody's journey started somewhere. Uplifting my mood, easing stress. And for that is a plan to have the better day today, to have the best day today, which in the end brings up the best version of themselves for that day. I'd say start small and focus on what you have at the moment instead of the bigger picture. It's today, what do you have going on today that you can replicate that again tomorrow? Easing stress, nurturing peace. And it's a concept of the small things consistently over time. And the daily agenda is really what helps you to live the best life that you want to live. And best life is not a destination, it's just a day. To be a better version of me, I need to practice living every day with intention. I find solace in the rhythm of routine, the freedom of running, uplifting my mood, easing stress, nurturing peace, and empowering me to become the best version of myself.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second to last segment of the day. Tamian, Benson, excited for this segment for a lot of reasons. I'm someone who really strives to be that next best version of myself, and I've got to sit back and watch this young man's journey just thrive, and just so proud of how much he's grown, blossomed, now the hundreds and thousands of people that he's impacting. And so this segment really, when we talk about mental health, is a big deal from my perspective, because I believe that everything that we've talked about, seeking out counseling, seeking out tools and resources, doing all the techniques is important, but a lot of this also has to come from within. And how do you start to clearly define that next best version of yourself? But before we dive in, I want to let Benson, you introduce yourself and tell the folks out there a little bit about you.
Yeah, Benson here. Being in this, I was in the previous mental health conference. I spoke about mental health and how to take care of yourself. I live in Sioux Falls. I call Sioux Falls my second home. I'm a running coach and also a mental performance coach.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Benson, again, I think this is a great segue. Benson has been a part of the 437 Project, actually one of the folks that helped launch it along with the mayor, as folks you had heard earlier. Benson's been through Leaders of Tomorrow. He's a former counselor. Again, so many tie-ins of, again, really what it takes to define what that next best version of yourself. And so I want to jump right in because, again, this is a very important topic on so many different layers. But when you think about this topic of mental health, how can we start to evolve beyond just mental health and start to go into mental well-being beyond just the health of it?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a really good question because I think at the end of the day, it goes into how do you define mental health and how do you go about that is, there's different forms of mental health. That is the diagnosable part of mental health, which, individuals struggling with some form of, form of mental health have to be treated for that. However, there is this other aspect of mental health that is everyday anxiety, depression that we're dealing with. And that brings us to the concept of how are we really taking care of ourselves in that space, and really going into that and asking, what are we doing every day to become, to really kind of address those? Because right now, we deal with everyday stress in terms of politics, in terms of finances, in terms of our relationships, and so many things. And I think that's where really we will be talking about that, really just gonna figure out how do we really take care of that.
Yeah, two things we talked about in the opening segment with Burden of Leadership. We touched on a little bit around self-care. How are you taking care of yourself? Paul had mentioned that, especially amongst men, it's kind of that stigma. You just go to work every day, you just deal with the stuff. And I get it, my grandfather was born and raised on a farm. He was a Great Depression baby. And so that idea of sharing your feelings and taking care of yourself, it was no such thing. You didn't have a choice. You just got up and you just dealt with it. Well, and the idea of how do you take care of yourself, and I think even adding in, for me, when I think about mental well-being, it also adds into the context of personal growth, because to me it's a both and. I believe 100% that wherever you're at out there, wherever we're at, you should seek help to whatever degree you need to seek out help, therapy, counselors, high advocate of that. But it's not an or thing, in my opinion. It has to be an and. What does that personal growth side of it look like as well in the conversation? And so in that, from your perspective, obviously you've seen it with folks, I'm sure, in your career through counseling, obviously being a high performance coach for a lot of different areas. Why do you think it is that we so often focus on the struggle of where we're at, and it's hard for people to see beyond the struggle and really start to explore what's possible?
Mm-hmm. That's a really good question, because it goes into what we give meaning to. We deal with setbacks every single day. We deal with the ups and downs of life. Many a times we allow ourselves to be stopped by the one thing because we give it meaning. For example, when I work with athletes, when they don't do well in a race, they might find that to be the reason to why they cannot get better. And so when you talk about that concept of how do we really move ahead and how do we navigate outside the box, is what are we giving meaning to? What are we really giving meaning to? Because then self-care, on the other hand, is customizing it to fit your needs. So for me, self-care, going for a run is self-care for me. Mm-hmm. That might not be necessarily something that works for somebody else. Mm-hmm. Somebody else might be going to meditation, might be going to lift weights. Mm-hmm. I think customizing that, because then when we face setbacks, a lot of the time is, what am I giving meaning to? And so quickly looking at that and being able to get out of that sooner than later, mm-hmm. is really being identified. Is this working out for me?
Yeah, I look at it from a biological standpoint. A lot of the trainings, I asked the question, 10,000 years ago, how much focus or benefit did we have on focusing on the positive? Right? If we were in the same tribe together, we're not sitting there like, man, it's a beautiful day today.
Yeah.
It may be great, but you're worrying about literally survival. Again, just Sarah and Gary were talking about some of these just biological things that are wired into us. Why negativity has such a greater hold on us in our lives is because that negativity, that focus kept us alive. Fear mm-hmm. was a very real thing. And so it's easy to focus on the negative because that's so much deeply wired into our DNA. I remember seeing a video, actually, it was round running. There was a coach that had a young gal that he was coaching through. I believe it was just a high school student, but she had got second to last place in this race, mm-hmm. and down on herself. So I love the fact that you said it's because of the meaning that we give. So the meaning, because of society, she wanted to say, I was second to last and all these various things. And he said, you just had your personal best. And she, what do you mean I came in mm-hmm. second? Yeah, I get it, but no, the comparison is you to you. Mm-hmm. And that small shift in her mindset because of a coach in the moment helped her realize, you're right. So then she was able to go for her next personal best and next personal best. And she ended up going on to be a college runner. But that was a pivotal moment based off of meaning. So huge in that.
Very. And to add to that too, part of some of the athletes that I work with, what we talk about, what are you learning about yourself? And we learn so much about ourselves when we face setbacks.
Yeah.
And so when you face a setback, and I think coaches and mentors and many people out there do a really, some people do a really good job defining that and saying, this is a lesson for us. Because that example you mentioned, that person was able to take that out of that context and being able to define it by giving it a different meaning, that it's a pathway to success.
Yeah. I think that's important, especially when we're talking about this segment. Again, I think, how do you find the pathway to your best life? Best life for a lot of people, especially when you're in the struggle, may be such a far out thing. I ask the question oftentimes, over this next year, what's one thing that would have to be true for you to say with confidence that you just had the best year of your life? And for so many people, they hear best year and they often compare that to things outside of themselves, when the comparison truly should only be you versus the you yesterday, which now shrinks those things back down. But it blows my mind how few people actually strive or aspire to even just live that next best version of their life. So on the topic, just kind of evaluate to you, what does thriving look like in your perspective? What does thriving for Benson look like?
Thriving, I had to struggle with this a little bit because every day we're always thinking about what is one thing that I can always improve to be better and better and better. And I think defining what you've actually taught me is, what does success mean to you? So I put those together and say, what does thriving mean? So I take that and narrow down into how my day look like. What would make my day become as successful or more like, if I'm saying I'm thriving today, it really goes back into how's my day? How's my day? What you put in your day, what is not the small things that you accomplish, but is the one thing that you said you were going to do and you really accomplished that.
Yeah.
And so many a times for me, I used to like to check out small things, avoid the bigger thing, and yet that was maybe going for my run. That maybe was going to have a difficult conversation. And so thriving for me is taking care of the big things, yet it takes a lot of energy to attend to those. And so for me, I look at that in that space. However, when you think about overall thriving, for me, it's other areas of my life that I'm consistently working on, 5 areas of life that I'm always focusing on. Is my career going well? Am I doing every single thing to keep inching closer to where I'm going? My relationships, my finances, the community, and a lot of the stuff is really, am I really spending time to invest in me?
Yeah.
And to grow that, and that involves things like, until 2019, I was not a reader, and now I'm a big reader. So finding those things to really define your success. And so thriving for me, it's how do you look into your everyday life to get the bigger picture of where you're going.
Yeah, and I would really challenge for everyone out there listening, really ask yourself, how often do you ask somebody, how are you doing? And you hear a genuine response saying, I'm thriving. Yeah. And it blows my mind. I understand it because, again, in a world where we're consumed with so many different challenges, there's real things out there. But a lot of it, most people, you don't hear thriving. You don't hear, I'm living my best life and genuinely mean it, because a lot of people say it in passing. But a lot of it starts with they have no idea what it even looks like because they've never given themselves permission to embark upon that journey. And that's really what this conversation is about. Just how do you find yourself on that path? That path starts with just that next step. And to your point, how do you define it? I'm big on, as you know, defining what success is to you. 95% of people don't know what success is to them. And so therefore, if you don't know what success is to you, will you ever be successful? And the answer is no. And so, but once you start to sit with that, and I'm big on personal inventory, same multiple categories, what does a 10 look like in your health, in your relationships, in your finances, in your spirituality? And when you give it measurement and you say, okay, what would it take to actually get there? You now have things that are written down, kind of like the mayor had talked about earlier. You can put something down and say, once it's written down, it's setting an intention. And so thriving is, to me, the best definition of success I've ever heard is a worthy ideal pursued persistently with courage. And so therefore then to be successful, it's simply the progressive realization of that worthy ideal. Your worthy ideal is going to be a little different than mine and different for the next person. But once you lock that in and know who you are, that's huge. That's huge to move it forward. And so in that space, I want to just really challenge you guys just out there. Right now, just if you have a piece of paper in front of you, write down and rate, what would you say your current level of influence is on the world around you? Because we're going to talk about how do we influence the world around us, how do we set this environment, but rate on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate your level of influence on those around you? And so on that topic, what are some areas of your life that you spend energy on that you can't control? Often, what are some things that you find yourself, you're human just like I'm human, what are some of those pitfalls on the path that you know are trappings that have caught you up or made you stumble in the past or even currently?
Yeah, and it's a very good question. Energy really becomes something that is more important to me, especially knowing the things that I do on a day-to-day basis in terms of growing. And some of the things that I find to be distracting are some of the things, like I mentioned, the things out of a to-do list, that it's taking you out of the bigger picture. For example, I run with a group of guys on Mondays and Thursday, and one of the things that it's easy to do is snooze. I know I get a lot of energy from going out on a run with these guys and get great conversations. However, it's just a small distraction that tells you, I'm tired. I don't think I can do this, but I know the feeling out of that is more even beneficial because it fires you up. That's just a different kind of like form of energy that I'm talking about that really, if you don't take care of that sooner, it tends to be a repeat of excuses and excuses. And so a lot of that is doing small things consistently over time to keep regenerating the energy. Because then, for me personally, once that missed run happens, my day starts to be a lot slower than it needs to be.
Yeah, I think especially when you can measure that, right? Again, you can measure, if you don't go on that run, you got to maybe a little bit more sleep, but the rest of your day is crap, right? Versus really showing up for yourself. There was a book I read a couple years ago called Becoming Who You Are. Highly recommend this book. And it talked a lot about the mental health challenges in this space. And one of the core underlying facts or questions that said, are you actively becoming the person that the future you will be proud of? And I think that's such a great question. I mean, ask yourself out there, are you actively, measurably, not just what you would tell somebody else, but when you look at yourself in the mirror, are you actively becoming that next version that the future you will be proud of? I think a hard part of that, when you talk about the meaning, the story that's going on in the back of our head all of the time, there's a narrative that's going on. We're meaning-making machines. We have to tell stories about things. And what happens then when most of your life, you didn't come from a family that says you can, or you didn't have aunts, uncles, or parents that showed you, no, in this family, we can do whatever we want. There's a narrative there. And so we get trapped in that. And for all of us, I ask folks, how many times in your life have you lied to yourself? Countless. How many times have you let yourself down? Countless. All the various things. So every time when you hit the snooze, it's not just the moment. You're reinforcing that same old narrative. And the older you get, the harder it becomes. And so in this small space of just taking that next best right step, it's really about how do we start to shift that focus and shift some of those things towards now, all right, we define what we want. We have the things, what you want your career to look like. Even for those out there, even if you're just starting today and say, I'm just want to dream one size bigger right now, what do you coach people to in terms of where do they start? Because there's 1,000,001 things pulling for our attention, trying to distract us, but how can they start to find those micro shifts of attention and energy to start to invest where they want to go?
One of the big thing is make it simple. You start simple and focus on less but better. I think in the world that we live in right now, there is
Less
just
but better. I
less
like
but
that.
better.
Okay.
That is the world that we live in. We have so many options, and then we become so overwhelmed, and we don't even know where to start. And so a lot of the time, and even my athletes know this, and some people I've worked with, is focus on less but better, but then make it simple. Start somewhere. All you gotta do is just start the action, just starting somewhere. You don't have to have everything you need.
Yeah.
You have, if you look around, most of us have everything we need to get started with something. Yeah, and so if it's journaling, if it's an activity, we've been blessed with a beautiful community in Sioux Falls. You can get out, you can go on a walk, whether with or without shoes, you can almost get comfortable somewhere, starting something. So starting something, starting somewhere. Now, but then doing small thing, one block every single time. One break consistently over time. If you were laying down 6,000 bricks and you keep starting to lay one, over 6,000 bricks, you'll be having a different, you see that improvement. And so starting small, simple but better, make it simple, but small things consistently done over a period of time, leading to massive results.
Yeah, I think I always share that one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves is habit building, right? It's how long does it take to build a habit? It takes as long as it takes. Some people can 7 days, 21 days. I ask the average person, how long does it take you to become addicted to TikTok? Often minutes. And the key of that is, again, obviously that's addictive because it's simple and easy and our brain gets this fake reward. But I love that starting small and simple. I don't care if it's, hey, I'm gonna start drinking 50 ounces of water a day. I'm going to start walking around the block. I mean, my folks who listen to Mindset have heard of David Goggins. David Goggins, when he started out at 300 pounds, just started walking, right? And so I think for all of us to acknowledge our dreams, our goals have a real energetic cost to it. Count that cost, know what the cost is, but then recognize, again, if I spend 30 minutes on social media, I'm wasting energy. If I spend time in the break room gossiping or complaining, just measure your energy. How do you feel? How do we start to shift that and do one simple thing over and over and over until that one thing becomes a habit? And that's big.
Because at the end of it too is the more you start to do some of those things, there's the muscle memory that you're starting to build that. That is the physiological side of remembering that, I felt sore today, but then the soreness, starts to you're not going to feel the soreness anymore because it's become part of the process. And so you keep leveling up as you go. At one point, those things become automated. You don't even think about it. Yeah. It's like brushing your teeth. Some people struggle with that in the beginning, and then over time, it just becomes a habit. They don't do it. And then you stack another thing. And I think part of us is we struggle to pinpoint what is the starting step, the beginning. And I think it's just making it simple for me. It's something that I think a lot, I communicate that a lot, is make it simple, but always start somewhere.
Yeah. I always joke, you're never pissed off at yourself after doing something hard, like leaving the gym. You're always glad in hindsight because you're proving to yourself, I can become a newer version by design and intention, which really want to talk about belief, right? We touched on it a little bit, but belief system is one of those things that we all tell a story, that narrative. How are some of your core beliefs shaped, A, and then over time, how have you really challenged those belief systems to become this version? Again, I know we've had conversations how far back would you have to go to imagine Benson today, who's out here crushing it, coaching athletes, et cetera. But what are your beliefs? What was your kind of core beliefs kind of growing up, some of those limiting beliefs, and how have you really overcome some of those?
I think it took a long time for me to realize that there was this roadblock, that it was just placed on me based on what I used to believe about, about myself. And part of that was maybe not good enough, which at the end of the day, some of us may look in the mirror, I'm not meant for this. Talking about speaking, I used to discredit myself for not being able to communicate well based on my accent. And until one time, I realized this is a gift. It's a gift in a very special way. So I start to let go of those fears, those, the stories that I was telling myself in the back of my head, and really start to think about, Benson, you can do this. The concept of if you can run a certain time, I mean, what else, So all these things are some of the things that I started to let go of some of those things and start working slowly on becoming better. The practice, deliberate practice. So when you believe in yourself, everybody does believe, at some point they believe in themselves. But to be good at something, it's deliberate practice. Continuous practicing on something that you believe in. So for example, I'm always working on becoming strong at something. And so learning repetition, scheduling time to maybe, if I want to become a better runner, you gotta believe that you can do it. So part of that is practice, practice, practice. So believe is already, something that we all can believe in ourselves. But the practice itself is the vehicle that takes you to the next version.
Yeah. I shared earlier in this segment that I had just went to this conference, and it really highlighted for me the power of our belief system. So anyone who's ever been through Leaders of Tomorrow knows I shared this model of we have 60,000 thoughts a day, and your thoughts is the precursor to your emotions, right? Whatever you're pissed off, you're thinking about what pissed you off. If you're happy, whatever made you happy. But then your emotions is the number one indicator on your actions. They say 95% of your actions is based off of how you feel in the moment, and then based off your actions, it gives you your outcomes, and it becomes this loop. And what happens when most of those 60,000 thoughts, when you really trace it back to the genesis, you didn't put them there. It's your upbringing. It's the stories that you told yourself. And therefore, then you had an addiction to feeling a certain way, or feeling good about yourself, or not feeling good about yourself, or feeling unworthy, or I don't belong. And most of that was just simply a story that you told yourself, or an experience that happened to you in one small segment of your life. And so when I went to this conference, it talked about, again, the reality of naming your limiting beliefs, like recognize what your limiting beliefs are. Again, if you're out there taking notes, write down your limiting beliefs. But then how you change a limiting belief is you have to tell a new narrative. And the hard part is when you look at, all right, you've been thinking this limiting belief over your lifetime. Well, now you're starting to say, well, no, I am worthy. But what's the evidence that you are? Because you can tell yourself one thing, but again, you're talking about your thoughts, your emotions, all these things are wired into your whole system. So it's not as simple as a choice. It really comes down to, I have to go and tell a new narrative, which everything you're saying is, you need that confidence in the moment. What's the evidence in this short window of time? What was it, 2021 you were on CultureCon?
Yeah,
stage?
2021.
So again, 3.5 years ago, right, Benson took a big leap, was on CultureCon stage. Now if I said, hey, Benson, I need to go speak to 2,000 people. All right.
Yeah.
Right? But you've proven to yourself the evidence. And so that, how do you see that in terms of being able to shrink the perspective of this is my recent history, this is the current trajectory, maybe only a couple of years, but that becomes more evidence than a lifetime of limiting beliefs? How do you help people get past that limiting belief when all they've known is the I can'ts, or someone said to me one time, and get them to shrink their focus onto what they can do based off of their most recent evidence?
Part of it is a serenity prayer, where it talks about really having the courage, to accept the things that you can't really control. Many a times we do have control of so many things, and the past does not really define that for us. We learn. John Maxwell talks about sometimes we win, sometimes we learn, right? But we've talked about failure as, I don't want to do this because this is something that happened to me in the past. What we've given meaning to that, I think we take it so personal that we don't allow ourselves to let that go, because then we fail to act on improving on the next action. So my athletes, sometimes when they compete in races, sometimes they might not always have the best races. The question is, what did you learn from that? Because there's some people who would say, I'll never do another half marathon or 5K, and because they're taking it personal. they're letting that experience affect who they are as a person. That you hear, I'm not a good runner, I'm not a good baseball player. It is because of one event.
Yeah.
However, the practice of like getting back again, the concept of what did I learn today? At the end of the day, it's like, what did I learn today? And then taking that and acting on those small steps to help you keep headed in the right direction.
Yeah.
And I think it's the belief that I like the book, The Little Engine That Could.
Mm-hmm.
I think I
Classic.
can, I think I can, I think I can.
Mm-hmm.
The repetition of I think I can really kind of helps me personally. It's like I failed at something, I'm learning from something, I know I can do it through repetition.
Yeah. Like how many times in life do we have to hear it? I mean, all of you out there, you're human, you've been through some stuff, and we know it's not about the destination, it's the journey. We've heard that 1,000,001 times, and I think when we can really shrink that down to who are you becoming in the process, right? That was, for me, one of my limitations that I knew was holding me back was anyone who knows me well, I'm a very organized person, I'm a big planner, I believe in strategy. But I was just that call for release, just to surrender to the moment. That's why I love the serenity prayer. Like it really says, work hard in the moment. I get up 4 o'clock in the morning, I take cold showers, I'm highly disciplined, but you put the work in, at some point you have to trust the process. And if it doesn't work out the way you think it is, I'm probably supposed to learn something in this moment that's preparing me for something that I didn't see in the future.
And to put it in another context too is some of my friends that I run with Mondays and Thursdays, we run in the cold. When the coldest temperature hits, guess what we do? We're out there running, not to be prideful of what we do, but to really ask ourselves, what are we learning about ourselves? Because really, that's the mind that we do control is like, what is this moment teaching me? Because the element says you can't. A lot of the time you might think, well, you're crazy to be running out there, right? But really for me, it goes back into what am I learning about myself during this season of my life.
Season like that.
Yeah, and so the winter season prepares you for spring. It's never reverse. So whatever you take out of winter season that you learn and you take it into spring, what happens after spring, when you plant your crops, you got to protect it in the summer by spraying. So for a lot of the things in reference to that is the small things that sometimes it might feel like it's a winter season in your life.
Yep.
It might be the toughest moments in your life. Spring is coming.
Yeah.
So powering through that and really believing that there is always something better on the other side. Once you get out of that comfort zone.
Yeah, I always say, if you can learn to trade your whys for what? Most people, why is this happening to me? Why me? And our brain is Google. If you ask it that question, it's going to give you an answer versus, what am I supposed to be learning from this? What can I take away that's good out of this? And those are important distinctions to me really grow into that next level. And so I know earlier I had shared, the power of breath work. Right now, all of you right now is take a deep breath in. And even as you do that, it brings mindfulness into the moment. Because when you get into worry, you get into anxiety, you're doing stuff that you don't want to do, but you do anyway. It's almost all in a state of mindlessness. Mindlessly scrolling, mindlessly eating, mindlessly worrying, mindlessly gossiping. The power of a breath brings the focal point back into the now and asking a lot of these questions that we're having a conversation about right now, just bringing it back into that moment. And so let's share quickly about the emotions, right? Because emotions, if 95% of our life is controlled by our emotion in the moment, what are some things that you coach people through in terms of emotional regulation? I know Sarah and Gary did a great job in that, but what are some things that you coach when, especially high performance and being the best versions of themselves? How do you help teach emotion control?
That's a really good point because a lot of the time we make decisions based on how we feel sometimes. We react to emotions in just so many ways. And so when I coach some athletes and some individuals, how am I feeling right now? Sometimes allowing your body to process that, to let that go through your body. So it leaves your body and then you start to come back again and start to realize, like, okay, I pause for a minute. So the key word is pause. Allow that emotions to walk itself out, and then allow it to leave your body. So I use an example of, I use a sand timer when I'm going through something challenging for at least 60 minutes. So when I'm going through that, I'm aware of my emotions that I'm dealing with. So I turn it around, and then I let the sand just kind of trickle down. With that awareness that when the sand is done, I'm also supposed to be letting it go.
Yeah.
Now, if that issue is still present, so now I'll pick up the phone and I need to talk to somebody that I really, confide in and things like that. But if it's heavy, that's when you gotta go process it with somebody. And so by allowing that emotions to leave your body, it allows you to get back again after that and act on the next steps, the what now, what do I need to do now? So the action steps of, I learn from that, I see this, it's left my body, now I'm acting on something different. So it's different with everybody, but at the end of the time is when we react to that emotion right away, the text message right away, we get in a lot of trouble because we tend to regret. But pausing and allowing it to, just to process it so your brain can get into that space again so it can take the actionable steps.
Yeah, I think, simple practices. Again, find your thing. At the end of the day, find whatever that is for you. I often share the idea of gratitude. Gratitude is one of the highest emotions that we can get to. And I ask this question a lot in training. Magic wand, middle of the table. If you could wave this magic wand and every bad thing that's ever happened to you goes away, do you wave it? And I've yet to meet a single person that says, yeah, I'd wave it. You don't want to do it again, but you know that made you who you are. So to a degree, is it safe to say you're grateful for those things because you learned something through that? And that simple perspective allows us to kind of shrink it back down to, I don't see it now, but in hindsight, I'm going to look back on this moment. I'm being taught something if I can go with the flow in that, right? So as we kind of land the plane on this, I mean, this again to me is the pathway to a better you. A better you is going to be defined by yourself, what success is to you, all those type of things. In that space, if you were to say, for somebody like, all right, I'm lost, I don't know where I want to go, like where would you, again, where do you start? Like just, I want next best version, I get it, but it's hard for me to see. I'm in the middle of the jungle right now, I don't see it. What would the context, what was some advice or counsel you would give them to, here's the start here?
One of the key thing is small but better, like I mentioned. But what is the simple thing for you? It could be just even walking, like we're social beings. We connect through our relationships. And so finding that one person and say, hey, let's do this together. I'm interested in doing this. If, that's one of the key things to do is to do it with somebody else.
Yeah.
So you can share that experience. One of the other thing too is really what's important to you. And I think that's the key point is what is important to me right now and starting there, because you allow yourself to get into distractions, you'll never get started with the main thing. So maybe taking that one key thing and working with the people that are closest to you to act on it.
Yeah, I think we talked about it in the burden of leadership, just the willingness to get vulnerable. And I read a book a few years back called The Good Life, right? It's the longest standing study on happiness that exists. Harvard's been studying out happiness for 80 plus years, longitudinal study. And the number one indicator on your level of happiness in life comes down to relationships. And what's interesting, again, why this is such a real topic, I mean, we're talking just America. Over 40,000 people take their life every single year, and talking to a lot of suicide survivors, in those moments they feel lonely. When we used to do the community table talks in Sioux Falls, I remember one time Bonnie had made a comment one time, we had like 150 people there, and it said, a lot of you in this room are gonna go home tonight and feel all alone when you're in a room full of people. And so just finding, I love that advice of finding that person to say, like, you have to be willing to be vulnerable and reach out to somebody. Somebody, at least one person in this world cares about you. If not, again, you've heard plenty of folks on this panel, reach out, we care. I mean, you matter. in this space. And so relationships, Benson and I have become close friends over the last few years, and we can really push each other. They talk about not reading a few years back. Now he's out here, I read 50 books a year. This guy's out here beating me. But really inspiring each other and leaning into folks in that space. And so as we kind of land this on the pathway to a better you, I want to leave you with a quote from T.D. Jakes. I love T.D. Jakes, one of the best orators I've ever heard of. He had said, if you run after your destiny, you will automatically distance yourself from your history. Mm-hmm. You can't control, or you didn't get to choose who you were born into and the family you were born into. You can't always control all the circumstances you've been to. Like right now, as you're listening to this, life's happened, right? Life is real and it can be painful at times. But knowing that whatever has happened at this point, as we talked about quite a moment, at the pathway to a better you, it starts with a decision, a commitment. Don't do it alone. That's what this conference really is about, is find somebody to lean into. And so this last segment, I'm excited to kind of close the day out. Dawn Marie will be coming back, engaging in a conversation with Lisa from 988. We're aiming all this focus and attention on 988. You heard 437 talking about it. The tools and resources are out there. If you know somebody needs some help, 988, keeping it simple. They do such an amazing job. But looking forward to closing the day out with this last segment and keep striving to be that next best version of you.
When you need help, make the right call. 988 is a lifeline for mental health-related distress, suicidal thoughts, help with substance use disorders, relationship concerns, emotional support, or if you're seeking help for a loved one. You can call 988 in times of crisis or when you just need some guidance. In emergencies where someone is hurt or at risk of being hurt, call 911 to connect with emergency dispatchers. Finally, call 211 if you need help finding everyday resources like housing, transportation, food, or healthcare. If you can't call, 988, 911, and 211 are also available through text 24 hours a day. Add these numbers to your phone. And remember, no matter what number you contact, you'll always reach someone who cares.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. So we've had a wonderful day hearing from so many walks of life, different professions, and all things related to mental health, things we've gone through, what's been experienced, and we always talk about the then what. So we share our experience, we get really vulnerable, we find people that we can talk to, we find journaling helpful, but there's those days where you really can't quite get through with those things. And what I'm excited to have you here for and learn more about you and your journey is we'll have resources. We'll have a tangible thing to walk away at the end of this conference. When in doubt, do this one thing. Mm-hmm. And so please introduce yourself. I'm so happy we've been able to get to know each other through
so fun.
437 again. And share a little about who you are and why you started working at Helpline.
Yeah, definitely. So my name is Lisa Ottmar, and I'm with the Helpline Center, and we are a statewide nonprofit agency. And my background, just to give you a quick little summary, I went from South Dakota, Sioux Falls area, went to SDSU for journalism and marketing. Worked for the Home Builders Association nonprofit here in Sioux Falls for about 15 years, and just looking for something kind of different and just kind of mix it up a little bit. And when I saw the opening for the Helpline Center, it really caught my eye because it just seemed like such a passion that they had at that agency. And we kind of laugh because like you go into a job interview and you feel like you've done your homework and you know about the company and everything, but it was just absolutely incredible to get in the role and to learn about the coworkers and what the agency all does, and just to know that there's so many caring people. And it's just been an absolutely rewarding career like you would not believe. And I've only been there for a year, but it's been outstanding. I absolutely love it. Met so many great people like yourself.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing.
Yeah. What's your greatest accomplishment so far?
Yes. So I think you guys have maybe heard the word a little bit today by the lineup, but the 437 Project, hands down, an experience like you would not believe. You believe it because you experienced it firsthand, but
I sacrificed my feet for it.
you did. That were shown all over on TV. But just the project itself was unreal, hearing those stories and, yes, the planning of it on the back end and everything, but just going with everybody across the state of South Dakota and hearing those stories firsthand from individuals who have lost loved ones to suicide. It breaks your heart, but then it also just puts a little bit of spark in your eyes in saying that you want to help others. You want to make a difference and you want to potentially save somebody else's life.
Yeah, and that's where we really got to learn, even me as a runner, I started to learn more about what the Helpline Center all does. Because I knew of one thing, 988. That was something I knew. And then I'm like, geez, and then 437.
Yeah.
But then as I've gotten to know you, there's so many different things that the Helpline does for people. And I would love for you to give us a rundown of all the different avenues that we have available for us.
Yeah. The Helpline Center, we've been around for about 50 years, a little over, and like I said, it's across the entire state of South Dakota, and the thing about the agency is that it's 24/7. We get the call center here in the Sioux Falls area, but we serve the entire state, and so 988 is the one that a lot of people have mentioned today, and the purpose of that phone number, it's a confidential, free service, and it's 24/7, and anybody can call, whether it's yourself that's struggling, or if you have a friend, family member, coworker that you're just not quite sure,
what to do, what to say.
Yeah, something seems off, and I don't want to say anything, I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I know I need to. And that's the thing, if you feel like you need to make a call, just make the call. We've got trained professionals there that are there available, and they really do have that caring heart to guide you through the conversation or to offer those resources and just to let you know that you're not alone, that there is help out there. So 988 is the big one. And then 211 is the information line that we have, again, across the entire state where anybody can call as far as information on anything you can think of.
Yeah, what's anything?
Housing, food, transportation, employment, daycare, you name it. If you have a question or a concern or just not quite sure where to go, call 211. And then the other nice part, we have a lot of other programs too, but those are the two big ones. But the nice part about 988 and 211 is that they actually work with 911 in the fact that if you call one of those three numbers, you're not really sure. If you call 911, but it's maybe more of a mental health issue, they can do that soft transfer over to 988 and guide you that way. Because that's the thing, when people call 988, about 97% of the phone calls that come in to 988 are de-escalated.
Oh, wow.
And we don't need law enforcement, and we don't need, to make the situation more scary for the caller.
Right.
So like I said, our trained professionals know exactly what to do, and then vice versa. If somebody calls 211 or 988, we can do that soft transfer back to 911 if needed.
Yeah, and I didn't know that. Going into our conversation, you were teaching me about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And what a relief it is for those who get nervous on, oh my gosh, what number do I call when I need this? And to know that they all play nice together.
They do.
Was a really, really eye-opening moment for me, because I've experienced needing to call 988 for a family member of mine going through a mental health crisis.
Yep.
And I didn't know, oh my gosh, if I accidentally call 911, am I gonna get in trouble?
Nope.
Like, how silly does that sound?
Yep.
But I felt that. I'm
Yeah.
like, if I call 911 and I really needed a different line, is there going to be something that comes back at me? I don't know.
Yeah.
But then when you were explaining how they all play nice, and I believe we have a nice visual somewhere to show how they all tie in together, that visual was so helpful for me. And so at the end of this day, if people walk away from listening to everything that we listened to, knowing no matter what you call, you're going to get somewhere that's most appropriate for your time and need.
Yep.
That's going to be the greatest gift, I think, that the Helpline Center is doing for people to make sure we get folks the things that they need.
Yeah. Yep, and that's the thing too, like with 988, you know, a lot of people think that's the mental health and crisis hotline. You don't have to be in an immediate crisis to make that phone call. Maybe you're just looking for resources. Maybe you just have some questions, you know, whether it's substance abuse or mental health, anxiety, depression, any of those areas, relationships with its, you know, maybe your children or spouse or coworkers, whatever it might be. Don't ever be afraid to make that phone call, because that's the thing. Let's be honest, this world is tough. There's a lot of stuff going out there. There's a lot of stress, and everybody's got struggles. And you know, when I talk to people, just hearing the stories, like you could have the most perfect life on social media or, you know, maybe on the outside, but the fact that we all struggle in one way or another, but it's okay to not be okay, you know, because there are so many resources out there and so many groups and organizations that really do care, and the Helpline Center is most certainly one of them.
Yeah, they're the true connecting point to get people where they need to go to heal, to work through something hard, because the worst feeling in the world is feeling stuck.
Yeah.
And when you, again, like I said, we've heard from so many different walks of life, whether it was the veterans, the young ladies that I was able to speak with. There are different ways and tools, access points, practices, whether it was, you know, as we heard from Benson, running is his tool.
Yeah.
And again, you could just hit a wall of not getting to that next level that you need to be okay.
Yep.
And having a resource like 988, 211, that's going to make a world of a difference in life-saving. So I know you have a little resource to explain 211. I would love to know where people can get this, if they can get it, and what it can be used all for.
Yeah, so we have a small little booklet that's basically our Helping Hands Guide booklet. And what it is, we have one for the Sioux Falls area and then also for Rapid City. And what they are, it's basically an outlined information as far as, again, housing, transportation, financial assistance, daycare, all of those different resources. And the thing with this booklet, I always giggle because as soon as we send it to print, the information is slightly outdated because everything changes so fast. And one of the biggest areas of the Helpline Center, I think small but mighty, in our team is the database team, where they go in and they make sure all those resources are up to date 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year long, you know? So that way, again, when you call 211 or 988, you have that most up-to-date information. You can even go to the website, which is helplincenter.org. And from there, you can create, you know, my favorites, basically, and then you can kind of go in and just, again, utilize those resources for anything that you can possibly think of.
So you could like pick and choose different areas that you need and save them?
Yeah, and even like I mentioned too, how we're across the state of South Dakota, the first thing it asks you to put in is your zip code. So it's gonna bring that information right to where you're at.
Perfect. And what about this physical booklet? I'm a, like, I need to hang on to it type of person. And I've been able to share these little booklets with students, different people from Leaders of Tomorrow. I'll leave it on the desk. And they are so handy for people, especially if there is a barrier in having cell phone usage or having technology in general. If you don't have that, these little things are nice to pull out of your pocket.
Exactly.
So where can we find these?
Yeah, so if they go to our website, helplincenter.org, we have all of our marketing materials on there for free. Anybody can request them in the state of South Dakota. Anybody from, whether it's an individual, organizations, churches, schools, hospitals, you name it. If you want it, there's no charge. We can mail it to you. You can pick it up at our Sioux Falls location, Rapid City location. Even this lovely 988 sign that we have back here, those are brand new. And they, yard signs that we're putting all across the state. And honestly, we ordered a few of them and we ran out very quick. So we're ordering more.
But that's awesome.
Whether it's posters or brochures, wallet cards, magnets, anything that you can think of, lanyards, wristbands, we have all sorts of stuff, whether it's for 988, 211, or even just the Helpline Center in general.
Yeah, those visuals are so nice. Because again, when you're in panic mode, sometimes you just can't. Just like having the 911 fire department sticker on your fridge, it's equally important to have the help you need for your mental health on your fridge. Because when you're in panic, you just
Exactly.
Can't even think.
And that was the thing too. Like I know for the longest time, the mental health crisis phone number was a 1-800 number. Well, nobody could really remember that number. Like it was a pretty long digit, you know. So here, just a few years ago, that's when they changed it to be 988. And so when they got that going, basically how it works is anywhere when you're in the state of South Dakota, when you call 988 or 211, it comes to our call center.
Yeah.
Even, you know, we've had people that have been driving through the state of South Dakota traveling that have called and gotten the resources and the help they needed, you know, so we're here. And again, the experts that are on the other line really, really do care.
Because are they licensed in some way?
Yep, they are. Yeah, and they've got training, and you know we have supervisors that listen to the calls, and you know we learn and we grow, and again, all of these calls are confidential. If you don't want to give your name, you certainly don't have to, but we do ask, and because the reason that we ask for your name and information is so that we'd like to do a follow-up call a day or two later to see how you're doing. You know, again, it's not being nosy or anything. We just genuinely care and want to make sure you're getting the care that you need.
That's huge. I actually didn't know that. That follow-up might be a make or break moment too. And what a gift to get a call. Again, you get the support you need, you go through some of the steps, and then a week later you're starting to feel those feelings again. And to hear a friendly person call to check in could really make a difference in somebody's life.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Sometimes it's hard, you know, like if you've got close family, friends, or if you don't, you know.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's like I don't know if I should say something. I don't know if I feel like my struggles aren't really that bad. You know, I don't want people to judge me. I don't want them to think, you know, something's going on. Well, maybe you just need somebody to talk to, you know, and that's okay. That's totally okay.
Yeah. What would happen if, say I was out of town, I was in a different state, and I needed to reach this line, or that's the only one I knew to call.
Yeah.
What would happen if?
It's nationwide.
Okay.
It's nationwide. So if you call 988 anywhere in the United States, you'll get a professional on the other line. You know, it may not be somebody from the Helpline Center from South Dakota, but you'll get somebody, and then they can, you know, we've had people, if you need to get transferred, you know, to a different state, we can do that. Or, you know, obviously you can get information and kind of gather the resources from their side if need be too.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
What other resources do you have that you're willing to share with us?
Yeah, certainly. So as far as like mental health and suicide prevention goes, we have support groups, which are really nice. You know, if somebody's lost a loved one to suicide, we have the organized support groups, or an individual support group, you know, with a caller from the Helpline Center. If you'd rather just visit with them that way one-on-one, we have that service. Another one that's getting to be pretty popular is mental health and suicide prevention trainings.
Okay.
We actually have one going on today at our office where we had quite a good turnout. And what it is basically it can be individuals, it can be corporations, organizations, churches. We just want to get the word out.
Yeah.
What do I look for? What are signs? What do I say? What do I do if I see, you know, somebody who's struggling? How do I react, and how can I help them in the best way? So we have, you know, trained staff that are doing these trainings, you know, all the time. Some are online, some are in person. We have some in the Sioux Falls area, some out in Rapid City. So we have a lot of different resources that people can use. And I know one other thing that we started here just a couple years ago, we have a booklet specifically for those people who have lost loved ones to suicide on grieving, because it is different.
Right.
It is different, you know, and it can be a challenge, and those books come in handy like you would not believe for those people, and it's just a great resource and a tool that they can use. And again, they can request them on our website for free, or if they wanted to pick them up at our office, or we could mail it to them. But the Helpline Center, as cheesy as it sounds, they're helpful.
Yeah.
You know, like we have a staff of about 60 employees, and everybody is just got, We wear a heart on our sleeve. We all take care of one another, and it's such a great place to work because we're truly making a difference. You know, whether it's the 437 Project or we have an event coming up in June, which is our Step Forward to Prevent Suicide Walk. That first Saturday in June at Faywick Park. But yeah, we have that, and we have all sorts of different stuff going on.
Well, tell me more about that walk.
Sure. Yeah.
What's that?
Yep. It's Saturday, June 7th, and it starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we have registration is open on our website right now, and there's no cost to attend the walk. You know, we encourage donations, but it's certainly not required. We have T-shirts for the walk, and it's kind of a fun little way to kind of gather the troops and bring everybody together.
Yeah.
You know, whether you've lost somebody or a friend or family member maybe has, or even just to bring awareness to mental health and suicide prevention. And we usually get a couple hundred people at that walk.
Oh,
and
wow.
we have a guest speaker this year. It's going to be Stephanie Coomer, who's going to be sharing her story about losing her son a few years ago to suicide. And then we have a remembrance ceremony too, where they read off names of loved ones lost to suicide.
Wow.
And then a balloon release, and then we go on a walk down the bike path.
That's really powerful.
It is. It's a great event.
I love that the helpline kind of shape shifts to the times.
Yeah.
Because it seems like, you know, something will happen, like the world shutting down.
Yeah.
And then the helpline comes up with a unique way to be accessible online. The 437, how it just raised its hand and said, we love that you guys are tying in mental and physical health and want to be a part of that because we too know the benefits.
Yeah.
And then you sign up. A walk for people to just get out and uplift each other, be in nature.
Yep.
You guys are just turning corners as the world is throwing stuff at us. Is there anything more upcoming to expect? Like, what do you guys got? What else do you have?
Yeah, we have a golf tournament in July.
Okay.
You know, everybody's got a golf tournament, but this one specifically supports the Helpline Center. It's on Monday, July 14th out at Willow Run. And again, registration's open on our website, helplincenter.org for that. And we're looking for sponsors for those events. We're looking for participants. And it's just a great way for everybody to come together and just share the message that, you know, mental health is something that we want to talk about. And we want to get that out there. And we want to let people know that there's assistance out there and there's a kind person on the other end of that phone that's willing to help you.
Yeah, those things are great because I know we can kind of joke that there's so many entities that do the golf tournaments.
I know.
But it is such a great awareness piece because you'll get folks who love golf that don't necessarily think about or talk about mental health, now aware of it.
Yeah.
And then they are like, well, I was at this thing, and then they pass it along.
Right.
And that's how we get this out. I mean, our conversation doesn't just end here.
Yep.
We have to continue to bring this up, and it's not just Mental Health Month.
Yeah.
It's not just during the 437.
Yeah, it's
People
all the time.
could be in a crisis or just in need of help at any point.
Yeah. Yep, and we are actually, one more thing that I would be very happy to share with everybody.
Please.
So in November, we are bringing the famous actor Sean Astin to Sioux Falls from Lord of the Rings and Goonies and Rudy.
Wow.
His late mother, Patty Duke, suffered from bipolar disorder. So as a child, his family had to kind of learn, and nobody talked about it back then, mental health struggles. So they had to kind of learn what she was going through and help her along. So we're super excited to bring Sean Astin to share his message about mental health and just kind of talking about everything. So watch for more info to come on that. But yeah, we're very excited. And again, the reason we're able to do these signs and that suicide loss booklet and bring in speakers like Sean Astin, and last year we brought in Drew Robinson, a former Major League Baseball player.
Yeah, baseball player.
We're able to do that just from the amazing support from the community.
Right.
You know, those specifically were from funds raised from the 437 Project, but we have supporters of the Helpline Center in all over the state, and we are just so blessed.
Yeah.
The community and the state that we live in is just absolutely amazing, how everybody cares for each other, helps each other, supports each other, and these businesses and individuals that are willing to give their time and talent and financial resources to agencies like the Helpline Center. It's so heartwarming.
Yeah.
So heartwarming. We
And
live
it
in a
really
great place.
does trickle down to the person. that's again what I appreciated about being on 437 was I heard the stories of someone who used that resource when they were going through something. And those stories of I survived it because of this, that rocked me. I'm gonna be honest, that rocked me quite a bit. And it was worth the pain in my feet getting on TV because I was like, if that's just a small price, I get to pay to make sure that someone in need gets the access and the support that they need.
Because that's the thing, you never know. You never know what that other person is going through.
Exactly. And again, we heard from folks that I've even known for a while, and I had no clue they were going through some of this stuff. And you really don't. You go day-to-day life, and you mentioned it. The gals earlier mentioned it. You can look online and see everybody smiling, happy, all the things. And then deep down, they have some really deep struggles. And so, again, this is free. All this stuff is free for people.
988-211, 24/7, across the entire state of South Dakota. Go to our website. We've got so much information on that website. And everything from, like I said, requesting those booklets and the free marketing materials to just finding regular information overall for mental health. And it's amazing, absolutely amazing resource that and we're very blessed to have in South Dakota.
Can you recite the website off the top of your head?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Helplinecenter.org is where it's at.
Perfect. So if people will need to go access those things, they can go there, call the number.
Yep. 988 and like I said, it's been an incredible ride in the last year that I've been with the Helpline Center. Is so blessed. But it's like I said, I've met so many great people, and this organization is truly, truly saving lives.
It is. And I know this is a yard sign I support.
Totally.
You know, I would be happy to put something like this in my yard. Can't say that for a lot of things.
We'll be happy to leave that one for you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you all for joining in. I hope you walked away again with one thing. Remember one thing, 988, it'll get you where you need to go. Thank you, Lisa, for joining me.
There's so many teenagers out there that just don't feel like they're not doing good enough, or they just feel like they're lost, and they shouldn't have to feel like that. There should be help. This conference, the Better You Conference, will help. I feel like it's gonna open a box where they're gonna find tools. They're gonna hear people speak. They're gonna be like, hey, these people actually care about us. Our voices are actually being heard. Here's how we can help people. Here's how we can help our youth. Here's how we can help people stop hurting themselves or stop feeling like they are worthless. If you wanna help our community, please consider donating. Because you're not only just helping me, but you're helping thousands of kids in our community that are looking for hope, for some type of help.
All right, everybody out there. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in and engaging in our third year, A Better You virtual mental health conference. As you see, this is a topic that continues needing conversation, needing hope and education, and just keeping it alive. Again, I'll keep going back to this number, 40,000 people every single year are taking their lives. And that's the people that take their lives. How many people are going through depression and postpartum and just struggling in so many different ways? And so, first of all, a huge shout out and a thank you to all of our speakers today as we covered some very important topics, burden of leadership, to our veteran community, to just all the shared resources and the perspective from these wonderful young generation sharing their mindset and perspective on this thing. This is a topic that we cannot and simply should not be able to let just die off and stop talking about. And so, last little bit of encouragement, we really made A Better You conference tangible in a way that we wanted to live on beyond this. And so while we chose April, is May, right around the corner, is Mental Health Awareness Month. And so again, the theme that we have this year, you share it, they see it. Knowing that there's dozens of people in your sphere right now that are probably really going through something. So for the month of May, we're going to have a new segment that will be dropping every single day to continue to keep this conversation alive. All this information in the last couple of years' conferences are available for free. It's a free resource that we want to put out there. And so you can find that at bridgingthegapsd.org, bridgingthegapsd.org. We make these available for free every single year and specifically have these 40-minute segments. So even if you're in an organization and you want to give your team an hour, a team meeting to actually talk about one of these segments, you have that 40-minute segment, and we're creating these conversation guides. The last 2 years already have the conversations guides created, but simply have the conversation and watch the video and then just dialogue about it. As you see, most of the stuff is very just conversational. And so how do we make it a normal thing that we're talking about? How are you doing? And then pause and then ask, how are you really doing? Because we're so quick to just, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm good enough. And good enough is not cutting it. 40,000 people losing their lives every single year, all the other hidden implications that are going beyond that. We have to do more. And so excited again, this sign here, 988, hope starts here. Making sure that you're sharing this content, you're checking in on your friends, you're making the commitment to be that next best version of yourself. I always said this very adamantly, that the best gift you can give the world is the measured next best version of you. So start to define that. Know that help is out there. Somebody is there waiting to hear or help or simply help guide or walk alongside you wherever you're at. And so again, make sure that you're sharing this, comment, post this, talk about this. Together, I don't know if there's such thing as winning overall in this space, but we definitely can make progress in the right measurable way. Let's get that number down to as low as we possibly can. And if you're that person, reach out, 988, call somebody and ask for help. One last quick shout out to all of our sponsors. Again, thank you. This is not possible without your amazing support, helping to spread hope and education around mental health. Huge shout out to our production team at Pinnacle who does an amazing job around this. And so again, I thank all of you for tuning in. Let's keep making this thing a topic that's going away because we're winning the battle of becoming that better version of ourselves and being there for each other. So Tamian, signing out 2025, A Better You Virtual Mental Health Conference. Keep being that best version of you, and let's make Sioux Falls and the world the next best version of ourselves. See you guys soon.